Hi.
I know, it's long, but welcome to the final prep playthrough for FF7 Rebirth, and I am so happy to be here. Before we dive in, I do want to give a shout out to the amazing Tyler Hepner Art, who provided the really great art for the thumbnail on this video, and it is a piece of art that you can buy at his shop on Etsy. I'll probably include a link both in the description and even here in the video. I have a print of this art that my camera is not letting me show, but I do have like a real life print here. And it's amazing. It's a really nice canvas print. And I love that piece of art. So I'm really excited to have it be a part of this video. And I'm so excited to jump into this video and welcome you to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the ultimate sort of replay of the original game, where I'm going to be talking through sort of my thoughts on the game overall, its narrative, its themes, its characters. You may be wondering why watch this video. Because we are just a few days, by the time I post this, probably about 5 or 6 days away from Rebirth being on our PS5s and able to play it. There's a few things that there's a few reasons why. One is that it's not a theory video. This is not specifically about predictions of exactly what will happen. And in fact, you'll see, and it's part of this introduction here, that my thoughts have really evolved for over time. Even more recently, considering things like Lifestream Zach, or sort of like Dead Zach sort of territory, because I do think that it unlocks some interesting opportunities for how they can explore the story. And that's really what this is about, is sort of like fully appreciating the entirety of the Final Fantasy VII narrative, and what they could do with it within the Remake trilogy, and obviously specifically within Rebirth. And this is not a playthrough in the traditional sense. It's not your granddaddy's playthrough of FF7. It is a sort of streamlined look at sort of the biggest story moments. There's a couple funny moments included in there, but I've totally streamlined this. There were a lot of funny and interesting things I wanted to include, but it ended up extending the video by another like 45 minutes, so I just straight up cut it out. I cut out even a lot of the Nibelheim flashback stuff, since we've already played it in the demo. But again, the real focus here is on like not just specifically what they do, but like how they do it, and like how they may explore these characters, these themes, in an all new way within the construct of Remake. So it's not a, like I said, it's not a theory video in terms of you won't hear a lot of me saying, I think that what they're going to do in Rebirth is this, and it doesn't all hinge on that. This is really a deep dive into Final Fantasy VII as a whole. It is an exploration of whys and what ifs. Like, why does this game work the way that it does? Why does the story resonate the way in which it does? And what if, what if they did X, Y, and Z? And there's even conflicting ideas within this video, because I'm not precious about predictions. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to be like the guy that gets everything right or any of that. I just want to love this story and love this game in the way that I love it, and share that love with you all. And I hope that you're along for the ride. And that's really been my approach to this channel from the very beginning. So if you've enjoyed my content in the past, you're in for more of it here. And like I said, I think you'll hear some things that may surprise you coming from me, and sort of some statements that I've made in the past. And finally, this is really just like a final shot of fun, like we are a few days out from Rebirth, and we just don't know yet, right? Like it's important to say that I have not watched the state of play or the final trailer. I'm completely blind on that. So there are things I might say that that content, the state of play and the final trailer, may have already blown up some of the ideas in here, and that's fine. That's not what this is about. This is about like me sort of dumping and sharing with you all sort of my love for this game, where I think it can go when it's so unknown. This is what they do with Rebirth is a complete unknown for the next few days at least. And I want to have a final shot at it, a final shot at having fun and speculating with you all, and really just having a great time and vibing out in sort of the week leading up to Rebirth. So I'm so happy to have you here. A few things to keep in mind as we get into this playthrough, or into this video. So one, heading into Rebirth, some things to know about this video specifically. how to watch this. This is a long video, obviously the longest video I've ever done, a very different type of video than I've ever done. This is, like I said, not necessarily a playthrough. It's also not necessarily a theory video. It's sort of a mashup of everything. I kind of created the style within the process. I was playing the game, I had thoughts while playing the game, then while editing, I had thoughts while editing, and so I cropped those in. You'll see me pop up in the middle of the playthrough. During the sort of live playthrough, when I was recording it in the moment, you won't see my face. I just wanted to like have the game in front of me. I didn't want to think about, you know, how I was looking at camera and all of that. I just wanted to really focus on the game and really have that raw kind of like tapped in experience to what was happening in the moment. And then, you know, I had some additional thoughts after the fact. Sometimes after seeing stuff later in the game, or remembering stuff from earlier in the game, or even hearing other videos and theories and conversation with people. This took me about 3 months to do, from playing the game all the way through editing it to what you're seeing today. All that's to say, I really tried to make it as digestible as possible. So while it is a long playthrough, it's 4 hours and some change. I think 4 hours and 20 minutes of like the raw content. I try to make it as digestible as possible. I skipped a lot of stuff. Anything that felt like maybe smaller thoughts or smaller theories, I ended up just cutting out. I did leave a couple like fun things in there just to like lighten the mood and keep it a good time if you're just watching it all the way through, but you don't need to watch it all the way through. In fact, I've included chapters for like every location. So if you want to know what I think about at Gangaga or the Temple of the Ancients or in the Lifestream sequence, you can sort of like jump straight there and sort of get that raw shot of like, I really wonder what, you know, subtext thinks about this or that. So that's one way to sort of do it. And another way to do it is I have, you'll see within the chapter selection, there will be things that I title big ideas. And those are really the bigger ideas and the bigger theories that popped up either while playing or while editing. I think most of them came up while editing, but there are some that were while playing. And so you'll see those kind of marked very specifically, and those were sort of like the biggest sort of takeaways from me while playing through this game. If you want to if you want to watch the entire thing, just vibe out, totally go for it. If you want to watch it at 1.5x speed, go for it. If you want to watch it at 2x speed, you can give it a shot. I talk pretty fast once I'm in the zone, but I try to make this as digestible as a 4-hour video could be. Including how I run through sort of this little introduction. And with that in mind, I want to jump to sort of like the big picture thoughts before we get into the playthrough. So sort of things that are like overarchingly like in my mind. They're somewhere in this video, but they're not said so specifically. So I just wanted to cover them like right here before you dive in and sort of enjoy everything. So the first is, it's very clear to me that new things from the Remake trilogy and from Remake itself, from part 1, and even from Rebirth, as you'll see throughout the video, maybe aren't so new. Like, there are things that really felt new because they were just very easily missable within the original game. Even things, for example, from part 1, like Shinra propagandizing Avalanche, or which seemed like new content, but if you ran around and you talked to an NPC here or interacted with a TV set and a newscast there, you would sort of get sort of that propagandizing. Jesse's sort of death monologue about her guilt, about the deaths that happened as a result of the reactor bombings is in the original. It was just one line, and I wasn't attached to Jesse as much. I honestly just missed it and forgot about it. So lots of things like that. Even the concept of like fate, you know, Bugenhagen talks about it a lot in Cosmo Canyon, as you'll see in that part of the video. So there are lots of things. There are even things that when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I thought that was new to Rebirth from stuff we've seen in trailers. But they may have their roots right here in the original game. And so it's not a surprise that the second biggest thing that I took away from all of this is that I think the Remake trilogy is going to be more like the original than a lot of us think. And I've talked about that a lot throughout my videos. How, you know, even within the sort of the Leap of Faith video, within the, obviously the Unreliable World video, in the end of the Leap of Faith video, when I get into some more theorizing territory and I talk about Sephiroth's new mind game, and how the new Lifestream sequence can come together. Even that, I talked about how it can end up feeling or being very similar to the original game, but feeling new. And that's another, major through line, is that there are still notable differences. And, when it comes to whether this game is a sequel or a requel or just a full up reimagining, and it's not all that different, I don't know where I stand quite yet. I think overall it'll be a lot more like the original than we think, even while incorporating the new stuff. And it probably will live up to, what the developers have said. But there are notable differences. For example, and this is one that I think people have talked about a lot over the years. On the Junon ship, Sephiroth doesn't even recognize Cloud, and there isn't a single instance in Remake where the Sephiroth that we're interacting with doesn't know Cloud. He knows Cloud vividly, and there's a high awareness of Cloud, so that element in and of itself is very different. And so Sephiroth's depiction seems very different within Remake. So whether that means it's a reimagining or a sequel, I don't know yet, right? Like, he does speak about in Temple of the Ancients that he travels the Lifestream and sort of gains the knowledge and wisdom of all the memories in the Lifestream. And there has been conversation from the developers of, within the lore of FF7, the concept of future memories or memories of the future, which doesn't really make a lot of intuitive sense. How can you have memories for something that hasn't happened yet? But it is something that they've literally talked about in interviews. So it may just be him accessing knowledge through the live stream and not necessarily, traveling through time in that kind of way. With that kind of brings to mind the three biggest game changers that will affect how we experience Rebirth and why it feels so different. And the first being sort of like how the live stream itself works, that hasn't been really well explained other than the cycle of souls itself, that life, death, and rebirth, and how people die, return to the planet, and sort of contribute back to life itself. They come back as a tree or a person or however, as explained in the Bugenhagen projector scene. So one, how the live stream works will make things feel very different because it hasn't really been fully explained, and they can expand how it works. Secondly, how the holy materia works. That is still a bit of an unknown. Like, it's explained at the end of the game in terms of it understands what humanity wants. But there are bits of dialogue when Bugenhagen is talking about the holy materia when he gets to that part of the game that really threw me for a loop, and really opens up even the possibilities of like worlds merging and things like that. So because we're so unclear on how exactly holy works, there's a lot of opportunity for them to expand that, and within that expansion, things feeling really new, even if they are technically rooted in the original. And the last, big game changer is how the black materia works, and with that, how the Temple of the Ancients works. I think that is going to be the big sort of defining moment of this game. It's not a coincidence that it is the background of the menu screen. I think a lot of our perception of how much this game deviates or not from the original is going to come from expansions on those three big elements from the original game. And one last thing, kind of separate a bit from all of that, but kind of related to the idea of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the whole entire trilogy being more like the original than we think, is I've started to come around on a couple of thoughts. And if you watch a lot of my content, a lot of my videos, you would know that I've kind of resisted the Lifestream Zack possibility. So that is one of my evolving beliefs, and I explore some of that within the video. Whether that's what's happening or not, I don't know, but I really kept an open mind, especially while playing the game. And because playing the game, I came upon sequences that I thought maybe strengthened if Zack is in fact in the live stream, or if Aerith ends up in the live stream after her death, if they end up killing her. But you'll hear me all throughout say I don't think she's gonna die, or later on thinking like maybe she will die, and if she does die and she ends up sort of in this sort of live stream reality, this stagnant reality, and I'll get into more detail in that part of the video, it opened up whole new thoughts. So again, this is a big exploration of whys and what ifs. I don't really have any fully set things, but if you want to hear, someone who's really passionate about this game sort of talk about all the possibilities that come to mind, this is the video for you. And I can't wait for you all to watch it. Let me know what you think. Please don't spoil anything from the state of play or the final trailer. I will probably I might not dip into comments as much as I usually do, but please leave them. I'll definitely read them at some point, even if it's after my playthrough. And I hope we have fun in this video. Hope we can reference it, you know, while we're playing the game of like, oh man, it actually is kind of similar. Oh wow, it was really different. Or you know what, it would have been cool if they did that thing. Or, you know, actually that thing wouldn't have been cool compared to what they actually did. So totally just hope this video becomes just sort of a thing that we all can sort of enjoy, reflect on, think about, refer back to over time. And with that, let's mosey. I always acted cool, but actually I was just afraid of being jilted. What's interesting about this too, this line, because like this is kind of an innocuous thing, right? It's like some boy who had a crush on Tifa like back in the day. But this actually sort of is one, reflective of Cloud. You know, he always acted cool, but truthfully probably was terrified, you know, of being jilted. But also definitely very true of Tifa towards Cloud, which is established in this game. It's established in Traces of Two Paths. Like, she is sort of like, well, I guess not in Traces. Traces doesn't say like she's afraid of getting rejected or anything, but like she does have some kind of affection for him. That isn't really explored, it isn't really expressed, but the assumption is that she's afraid of really embracing that, right? It's the only boy that she has like seemingly any interest in. Like all the other boys in town she's not very interested in, but when it comes to Cloud, she kind of gets the flutters, she kind of gets a little, you know, worked up. And so it's interesting, right? It's interesting that like this boy is feeling that way seemingly for Tifa, but Tifa kind of has those feelings for someone else. You should have an older girlfriend, one that'll take care of you. I think that would be best for you. And you know, when it comes to shipping, I think it's important to make a note here that neither Tifa nor Aerith are really much older. I think Aerith's a little bit older technically, but it's not really what you'd say like older woman, right? Like I think Aerith is like maybe a year older. I think she's in canon like 22 instead of 20. So really, according to Claudia, you know, neither of those girls are really right for Cloud, to be honest, you know. So I'm thinking he should be with Rhonda. Rhonda's an older woman. She'll mother the hell out of this little boy. You know what I mean? She'll take care of him. She'll hide him from the Shinra. He's on the run. So I'm thinking Rhonda might be the canon love interest. Just, this is a thought. She's an older woman. Then come over here and help me. Kind of interesting how they show that dialogue too. It's not a typical dialogue box. It's almost as if like overheard by Cloud here in the corner. I wonder if you'll have to like play this trip to the reactor solo. I really wonder how that's going to feel, like how the pacing of that is going to feel, because it feels really good here. It's like you're in the middle of shit. The Nibelheim, you know, town is just burnt down, and you are in a mad dash. And I would feel like you would want to get there, you know. And I like how they teleport you to this moment. I just wanted to jump in because there was one thing here that I meant to say in the moment, but I didn't. But the reason why is because even though I like how it teleports you to this moment as you're playing it in the original, there is something really cool in Traces of Two Paths where it kind of like describes this crazy trail of, you know, bodies and monsters and whatnot that Sephiroth leaves in his wake on the way back to Mount Nebel. And it sounds really gnarly and like really, I don't know if they would make it tremendously graphic, because obviously Remake hasn't been that graphic when it comes to depictions of like death and whatnot and blood and everything. But it would be cool to sort of like see this trail of destruction that Sephiroth leaves all the way up to the reactor. And maybe they shortcut it at some point where you get a little bit of a sense of, you know, the start of the trail and how that looks with, you know, monsters strewn about and stuff, like in terms of really conveying Sephiroth's strength and how frightening he is. That could be really cool.
You murdered my dad! You burned my village!
You know that I killed her. So, who is she?
Hey, editing me again here. I just wanted to talk about this scene at the very end of the flashbacks. I realized I didn't actually say anything about it. But I talked about it in one of my other videos of that trailer dialogue that we just played in this cut, where Tifa says, where Sephiroth says, you know that I killed her, so who is she? Here, Tifa comes up at the end of this and says, how bad was I after Sephiroth stabbed me? And Cloud says, it was really bad. I thought you were a goner. I was so sad, right? There is a implication within the original game that, that said that Cloud thought she died. So it seems like the way that I've been interpreting that Sephiroth dialogue in the trailer of, you know that I killed her, so who is she, is just a doubling down on this moment here and Sephiroth using this belief that Tifa is dead against Cloud to sort of like further manipulate him. You think you can trust Tifa, but really, can you trust her? Or is she really trustworthy? Is something that it seems like Sephiroth is really playing with within Rebirth. So I'm really interested in how he's going to use that to help further break Cloud's mind. The Chocobo Waltz better be in there. I don't care how ridiculous it is. It is part of the game. It is canon. Enemy is someone who could do this. Aerith's dialogue will definitely be different from this, though. She knows. She's clearly shown an understanding of who Sephiroth is. It'd be funny if I run into Yuffie in the next battle while Cloud is primed for his limit break. Try to get Aerith's max limit break. Is a real question. Oh my god, I did it! I made it real. I made it fucking real. Alright, Blade Beamer. I manifested this shit. You do realize just how quickly you get here after Calm. It's not very long. There's not a ton of stuff. I did the actually, yeah, I could check right here. Like I left Midgar around 6 hours. So it's been roughly 3 hours, and to be honest, I spent a good amount of that time grinding a bit. I spent a good amount of that time in Fort Condor, which won't be in this game, I don't think. I don't think it'll be in Rebirth. So we are dealing with there's not a lot of events leading up to Junon, so I do expect us to get to Junon fairly quickly. It's funny, this reminds me of Max talking about kind of that gap in time after, in 2020 when we didn't know how many parts this would be, and people were speculating that it would be as many as 7 parts. And I remember real impassioned arguments that like we would be lucky to reach Junon by the end of part 2. Like Junon would be, that might even be the farthest that we get. And I get it. You're thinking an entire game in one location. Then you think, all right, well, that's what, location 3 potentially after the events of Midgar. So maybe it takes. There's not much though in those locations. Calm is the flashback. The Mithril Mines is, as we see in the Rebirth trailer, an encounter with the Turks. Like, nothing really happens in between that. They can add as much as they want, and then there still won't be anything meaty enough in terms of the main narrative. So that was never really a realistic thing, but also playing through this reminds me of just how little of the actual narrative has progressed since leaving Midgar upon reaching this point. So yes, there's a lot of worlds that we're running through, and there'll be a lot of side content to engage with. They said twice as much side content than main content, and you can kind of see why, right? Like main narrative wise, in terms of the main narrative, this has been very lean. Hey, Mr. Dolphin. My name is Priscilla. And we know in Rebirth that she actually has a little bit of a relationship already with Mr. Dolphin. So this is a little bit different maybe. Since it almost seems like she's introducing herself to Priscilla, to Mr. Dolphin. Rest? Sure. Oh shit, I forgot this scene. That reminds me. You again. When you went to Mount Nebel, Tifa was your guide, right? Yeah. Surprised me. But where was Tifa other than that? I don't know. It was a great chance for you two to see each other again. You're right. Why couldn't you see each other alone? Shit, I wonder if, like, if this dialogue, because this is like, whoever this is, which seems like it's Cloud's internal conscience, or like internal persona, asking these questions, they're kind of like pointing, kind of like prodding at the Tifa narrative a little bit. So I wonder if that could actually, if that whole idea of Sephiroth, because we saw Sephiroth intervening in an internal dialogue in Remake. So I wonder if that's what could be happening here as well, where when we hear that line in the trailer of, you know that I killed her, so who is she? I wonder if it's actually included here. That would actually make a lot of sense for it to come in even this early, you know, like right after the Nibelheim sequence, his first night of like official rest after telling the story, to have Sephiroth come in and sort of make that question about like, but wait, you know Tifa is dead, or you know that I killed her, so who is she? This might be a good opportunity for that. Why don't you try asking Tifa? You know that I killed her, so who is she? When Sephiroth and I went to Nibelheim, where were you? See, he's starting to ask like questions to Tifa here. This is the beginner's hall, intermediate. Your explanations were so complicated, I couldn't return to the planet. I don't know what the fuck. These are ghosts. These are canon ghosts. Oh my god, because they're Sector 7. They were the beginner's hall Sector 7 people, but they died, but they didn't return to the planet. Oh my god, the meta just hit me. That's kind of crazy. And take off your mask and come here. That's our rule. It would be cool if when they do this interaction with Rude, if they make this like a mandatory thing, which I think they should. If you come down to this like bar, this like secret bar with the Turks, at least with Rude, and he says like, whom you two, and then take off your mask. If there's a beat where Cloud takes his mask off and the guy doesn't, and Rude doesn't recognize him just because he's in the Shinra uniform. A very Clark Kent situation, you know what I mean? Now this one will almost definitely be in their canon. Look at all the Turks here. I used to be in Soldier. Afterwards, I opened this shop. People have wondered if this guy, I forgot who I saw speculate this, but I saw someone on Twitter speculate this, that this guy may be the hooded guy in the parade, just because he's used to be in Soldiers. He might have like some kind of grievance against Shinra and President Shinra. So I quickly want to jump in and show that we actually do see the shop owner later in the game. When you return to go to the Junon reactor, you can stop in the shop and you see that he's dressed like one of the clones. And again, it's established that he used to be in Soldier, but lately he's felt like dressing up. So I do think that this character was special enough in the original that I do think they might explore him in some way, whether he comes back and he's the guy who's in the crowd in Junon or not. Like, I do think that this character, you know, former soldiers out in the world are relatively rare. Even current soldiers are relatively rare. Roche is one, for example. Like, he's a current soldier, but I think they're gonna make the most of all of their opportunities to explore any characters who were or are in Soldier. And so I do think that the shop owner is probably going to play some kind of role in Rebirth, and it'll be a bigger one than he has here in the original game. Heidegger's been really edgy lately. Hojo disappeared, leaving a letter of resignation. Heidegger's been forced to take over that investigation too, huh? That's interesting. So when we see Hojo on the beach, that's post-resignation, actually. I didn't even remember him resigning. Hey, I thought you were dismissed. I thought he was just on vacation. He was done. Sephiroth, Really? How the hell am I supposed to know? Let's find out. It's the most logical thing to do. Then who's going to go? Not me. I don't even like Sephiroth anyway. And besides, Sephiroth. Alright, let's go. Yuffie hiding in the corner here. Because, like, in the Rebirth trailer, she runs away. And she kind of ran away from the group when we were meeting in the middle, too. It's kind of interesting. Sephiroth, you're alive! Who are you? Obviously, this is a big deviation. I'm not going to spend a long time on it, because, like, a lot of people have talked about this before, but, like, this line of dialogue is so clearly... Whatever the Sephiroth in OG is clearly so different from the Sephiroth in Remake, even just from this one line. Like, he doesn't remember Cloud. And no version of Sephiroth in Remake doesn't know Cloud. They all speak to him very aware of who he is. Sephiroth is alive. The Promised Land. Does it really exist? So it's kind of interesting, the implications of, like, what they did in Remake and how it impacts, I guess, the postscript of this scene. Because after this scene, after this encounter with Jenova is where they have this, like, he has sort of the realization, oh my god, Sephiroth is alive. We've already had that in Remake, way back in Midgar. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how they write this scene, and like what kind of the core content of the scene is. Presumably, that's where some of the new stuff might come in, for sure. Like some of the, not just like new to the core story, but like new to like the big grand plan of Sephiroth. Stowaways, right? It's okay, I'm used to them. Truth is, before I worked here, I was one of the best. That's cool. I wonder if they'll turn this character into something. Like he was a stowaway before. I wonder if we'll have some interaction with him, because they tend to take like little details, like these little characters, and like make them into plot points, which is really cool. I hope they do that. They all slipped through. You messed up big time. Big this time, Edgar. I'm ashamed of myself, sir. Is that all you can do? Give one-word answers and apologize for everything? Do something. I'll be expecting results. Jason. Even a civilian. We're going to definitely see some outbursts. We're definitely going to see this tension between Rufus and Heidegger. For sure. Is that Yuffie? What is he taking off the counter? That is Yuffie! What? I'm selling materia. Why don't you buy some? I never noticed this. That's gonna be really funny if they redo this bit in Rebirth. Suddenly Yuffie's like selling materia out of a van. That'd be funny, bro. It's like, how did you start a business in the middle of like our little vacation? She might though, dude. Oh man, that's great. Say, aren't you the ancient? I'm Aerith. The least you can do is remember my name. Your mother. Oh, you mean Ophalna. How is she? How is she? That's another deviation from Remake. Like, he knows both Aerith and her mother really well. So very strange that they had it like that. It's just strange that he wouldn't know her on sight. Hey, answer us. I'm barking for Red. He'd be so pissed. I'd be happy to be a guinea pig if it's for Professor Hojo. God. Like, why? Is he using some kind of like mind control medicine or some shit? So I had a problem with my last recording, and it didn't capture any of the things that I was saying in the Mount Coral section. The main thing I was talking about, I was curious how they were going to reimagine the entire lead up to Mount Coral, because there's a couple screens where you see an old guy and then you kind of walk up and past. But the big thing is just there's such a tonal shift from that screen that leads into the following area, which is where Barrett and Dyne had their moment in the past. And I was very curious what was going to happen there in that scene in Rebirth, because it's such an opportunity for Barrett to maybe give us a little bit of hints of his backstory. Maybe he stops on the bridge and he has a reflective moment, maybe a quiet moment, maybe an angry moment. Maybe he curses out Scarlet thinking about everything that she did in that moment in the past. Or maybe he's sort of feeling concerned about heading into Corel, knowing that he's approaching the town. I theorize that maybe they also remake that path so that there's more NPCs and more opportunities to sort of start to breadcrumb a little bit of Barrett's backstory, so that suddenly you're seeing, these people maybe whispering about, oh, is that Barrett? Oh my God. And like, you start to pepper in a little bit of that until reaching the scene where you enter Corel proper and he gets, cursed at and yelled at by people in town. So that could be an interesting way to sort of do that whole sequence, and reimagine that whole sequence. So I had recorded that back in around like December, and we're in January now, it's 2024, and Odie from the, aka the Strife is Rife from Shannon Archaeology Department, posted this tweet, and it comes from sort of design documents and files and multimedias and whatnot around the original game. And it's, as the party traveled up to Mount Corel, originally there was going to be multiple spots where the members would break from Cloud to interact, Barrett showing notable hesitance as he nears his hometown. For whatever reason, these scenes were unused in the original game. So that thought that I had about Barrett showing some hesitance and having these moments leading up to Corel actually seems to check out with the original ideas for the original game. So they may show up in Rebirth, because there has been a tendency, with these developers to go back and explore some original ideas that didn't exist before, including even the Whisper's design. They were originally, the clones were supposed to be these floating, flying apparitions in the air. So it's another example of one of the things that has some precedence in the deeper lore and the background and the history of the development of FF7. So we might actually get that in Rebirth. Ever since we were kids, I never knew. Barrett never said a thing. It's going to be interesting to see Tifa's reaction here, because she's known Barrett for a long time. Even in Traces of Two Paths, it's established that she's known him for like years at this point, I think. And the fact that he never told her this, and this was never even brought up, despite his like obvious anger towards Shinra and want for revenge against him. And arguably that being the motivation for him really getting into Avalanche and blowing up the Mako reactors. The fact that this never came up in the past will be interesting. The buried secrets that all of these characters have. Tifa's own secrets about the past, Cloud's own secrets about the past, Barrett's own secrets about the past, Buchenhagen's secrets about Red's past. A lot of characters, even Yuffie to some degree, has like a little bit of a buried history with her dad that she doesn't like to talk about, she doesn't like to bring up. Aerith is kind of the only one that's a bit more forthcoming about her past. Even Kate Sith, right? Like, he's not truthful about his past and who he is and where he's from, that being obviously Reeve. So it'll be interesting to see like kind of the demons of the past and how they play with that, right? There's such a concept or theme in Rebirth so far that they've put out there in the marketing of like, no point focusing on the past, we gotta look ahead. And that's what Aerith is really championing. But all of these characters have so much going on in their past that I'm very curious how they play with that, and how that's gonna, sort of that back and forth between the past and the future. Oh, so sorry. I'm a fortune-telling machine. The name's... I'm not gonna do a Scottish accent. I can't even come close to it. Then can you tell me where a man named Sephiroth is? It's interesting. This is literally, basically a line that's in the Rebirth trailer.
Okay, we're looking for Sephiroth. Think you can find him?
Oh, Sephiroth, you say?
Oh, Sephiroth, you say? I'm not gonna keep doing it, though. Sephiroth, right? Okay, here goes. Here it goes. Ended up trying to do Scottish and ended up doing Mario. What? What you pursue will be yours, but you will lose something dear. Oh my god. I wonder what this fortune will say in Rebirth. And it better say this, because this is haunting as shit. Did you guys do this? No, it wasn't us. It must have been wrong. Hurry and run, it's gonna get ugly. Hey, stop them. Kate's getting us in trouble. Literally. This is all Kate's fault. Like, we don't even have a gun. This is definitely not on us. Hey, that's Cloud's line. It's too dangerous. I can't let you get involved. Blah, blah, blah. That's a nice little, like, link back to her meeting Cloud I don't know. That's just like such good little character moments are hidden within here, and there's such good character moments within Remake that I think are originated within here. But because this is all just text, right? Like even that little moment, even that one line, you sort of like blow over a little bit in your head. But they can do so much. Like it says so much about her character, her history with Cloud, her relationship between everyone else in the party that like. It's a simple line of dialogue, but when we actually hear it with like proper voice acting and proper motion capture and all of that, these characters are gonna feel so much more alive, even though the DNA of them is here in the game. I've always loved this shot. I cannot wait to see a version of this shot in Rebirth. God, considering his breakdown in after Sector 7, like this is gonna be brutal. You still want to hear why? All right, I'll tell you. Because I want to destroy everything. The people in this city. The city itself. The whole world. I got nothing left in this world. Corel, Eleanor, Marlene. Marlene's still alive. I went back into town. I thought she was gone for sure. I wandered around town for a while. That's when I found her. Found Marlene. I wonder if they'll show us this, actually. I wonder if they'll show us Barrett, like, finding Marlene. That would be another way to sort of, like, amplify that flashback. Like, they've done that before with other characters, where they've shown us things that happened in the original game, but we just didn't see those moments personally, like Aerith running through Sector 7 to get Marlene. That was a thing that happens in this game, in the original game, but we never saw it, but we did see it in Remake. So it'd be cool if we get to see this moment in Rebirth. Dine! Real commitment to it. My neighbors must be like really confused by what the fuck is going on. Dine. And you were the same. My hands ain't any cleaner. I shouldn't carry Marlene either. It's gonna be brutal. I can't do it justice. It's gonna be brutal. But yeah, getting back to the other thing. There are many different types of chocobo jockeys. It's not only for criminals. Some people compete for the fame, some people compete for the money, some only for glory, and then there's people like you. Hi, Joe. It is Joe. Hey, Esther, you're looking pretty as usual. Thanks. Let me introduce you, Cloud. This is Joe, one of our top chocobo jockeys. If you're with Esther, then you'd only been down there a day and you already made it up here. What? Oh, I see. It's kind of interesting. So it starts to see this idea that sometimes the people in the Corel prison ends up becoming jockeys. Not all of them are prisoners, though, or criminals, as Esther says in the way up. So I wonder if Joe will have like a little bit of a backstory, and there'll be like a little bit of a side plot with Joe throughout all these races. Like players have a little bit of that, their own sort of relationship with Joe, because he's so difficult, right? Like he's one of the hardest NPCs to beat. So it'd be cool if they end up establishing some lore for Joe, similar to say like like they've started to do with Roche, right? Like not exactly the same, like a completely different personality, but like Roche is like an entirely developed side character that I'm sure we'll see more of over the course of the Remake trilogy. So it'd be interesting if they do something similar with Joe, where he becomes kind of this side B character that has his own plot, has his own arc that we sort of follow along with. Like that would be a really cool way to like bring Joe in and not just be like the guy on the black chocobo who kicks our ass, but actually be sort of an interesting, side character for us to get to know and have an experience with. That could be cool if they end up doing that. Then, so we meet again, Cloud. Like they give him a little bit of a beat here, right? Like he's such a character, even in this game, that like I feel like they have to do something with him. Sorry I couldn't be there to tell you this in person, but I'm a very busy man. Sincerely, Dio. A gift? See, they give him a letter here. I wonder if, like, we actually see Dio again in the full Rebirth. Oh, this is great. The assistant manager just stopped by and dropped off a buggy. Oh, man, I can't wait. I've already seen it. can't... Zack. What happened to you two? Love this stuff, man. This is gonna be so good at Rebirth. They're going to do so much with this, man. Have you ever met someone in Soldier named Zack? Like, I have my criticisms of Zack. I think he's a little bit of a one-dimensional character, especially in Crisis Core. But I'm very excited to see what they do with him in general throughout the whole, like, Rebirth, Remake trilogy, as well as here in Gongaga. Like, I'm not against Zack. I don't dislike Zack. I just want more from Zack as a character. I want more dimensions out of Zack. And, like, so I get really, really excited about the Gongaga stuff because, like, I do think there is opportunity for him they're clearly planning to do something with him. And this moment is already cool enough in the original game. So, like, it's going to be insane in Rebirth. It must really be something making it in Soldier out of a group like that. This almost sounds, like, slightly accusatory of, like, you must really be something to make it into Soldier out of a group like that. Like, you know, all these guys are, like, going to try to be in Soldier. So you must be really something to make it into Soldier. Are you really part of Soldier? Like, in our head, I can feel the undertones of the question here. See, Red casts haste and raises defense percentage for all allies. So interestingly, like, everyone in Rebirth has been talking about the fact that, you know, Red is being a more defensive character. But when you look at something like Lunatic High as one of his limit breaks, that is sort of what he does. He is a bit more of a defensive character, which is interesting. Cosmo Canyon? I wonder if there's any relation to the planet or the ancients. And obviously there's a conversation that Aerith has with some people here in Cosmo Canyon that she alludes to at the campfire, which I'm sure I'll probably cut to as I'm talking about it. And I'm really hoping that they show us a little bit of this, because while there is something really valuable and interesting to having that be a mystery, like, what is it that Aerith learned? What is it that made her feel that way? I'm really curious as to what that is and if we are going to see that scene, because it's probably one of the biggest open questions from the original game. And so if they can use Rebirth as an opportunity to kind of give that to us, especially now that we've had all the context of the rest of the game and the compilation and Remake's promises of sort of learning more about all these characters, that could be really interesting. Talk to him already. Yeah, do you realize just how kind of barren these towns are and how much more lively they'll be? Well, that's a good example. Looking up too much makes you lose perspective. When it's time for the planet to die, you'll understand how you know absolutely nothing. Interesting. So the past two lines of dialogue have actually had a couple of interesting things to them. One, in terms of, like, when you look up, you lose perspective. That could also be thinking too much about the future, right? And I wonder if there'll be some correlations to that when we get to this line in Rebirth. And then also here, when it's time for the planet to die, you'll understand that you know absolutely nothing. It kind of feels like endgame of Final Fantasy VII and where we are now as a fandom, where we have reached the point of, like, the planet potentially dying, but we feel like we don't understand anything yet. Like, there's still so much to unpack that the Remake trilogy in particular has introduced to us. So this feels ironically a bit meta before the meta was even created. Hear the cries of the planet, aka the whispers. And it is actually interesting that Red says in Remake that knowledge comes to him when Aerith interacts with him. It's almost like it unlocks this understanding of the whispers that Bugenhagen potentially has, and especially Sleepy's, you talked a lot about the relationship between the cries of the planet as you hear them here, and in chapter 18 at the end of the highway, where it's like you can hear them, the cries of the planet. There is sort of a relationship. If we take the original lore as it's presented, these, like, cries of the planet, they should be mapped to the whispers' own sounds at the end of the highway in Remake.
Destiny comes.
New life. Children are blessed with spirit energy and are brought into the world. Then, the time comes when they die, and once again return to the planet. Of course, there are exceptions, but this is the way of the world. There are exceptions, but this is the way of the world. Aerith is an exception, Sephiroth is an exception. Potentially Genesis is an exception. So there's something really interesting here. I ended that obviously in a joke about Genesis, although it kind of is true because Genesis does sort of seemingly get killed in Crisis Core, but then goes to, I don't know if he dies necessarily. I'm not as up on my Crisis Core as I am on my general FF7, so don't kill me for any misstatements. But he inevitably sees the gift of the goddess and is essentially, as I understand it, like returned back to the world, and has something else to do, and we see him later at the end of Dirge. So he has this return back into the world and back into the story. So I mean, this joke that he's like kind of an exception, but I do think this concept of exceptions, which is introduced here in this scene, is kind of interesting, especially given, you'll see later on, I think in the Temple of the Ancients, I get further into where my brain is at more like currently, and it's informed by a couple of other, theory makers and theory crafters out there on the internet, one of them being Michael Bustamante, another being Professor Noctis, and generally there's this concept of the worlds like that maybe, and I'm starting to come around with this, and I know in past videos very much dismissed it, but I'm starting to come around to the concept of Zack's reality potentially taking place in either the Lifestream or some sort of adjacent world that Sephiroth creates out of the Lifestream, or some kind of tangible formed world that is not the reality as we know it. It's sometimes referred to as like a stagnant reality or a stagnant world, and there are like traces of that within Remake, even mentions of stagnant. There was a mention of stagnant somewhere here in the original FF7 also, but I forget exactly where it was, or otherwise I'd clip it in. And there's something interesting though to the idea of exceptions, and so that's established here in the OG, and so I wonder if in Rebirth, if we do go into a scenario where Zack's not necessarily is dead, or not necessarily dead but also not alive, and in this other kind of like exception world, a world of exception, similar to Jesse's dad, then that could be one way that they sort of explore this idea that's kind of a bit of a throwaway line within the original, but can become a lot more important throughout. And Aerith, when she dies, may end up also being an exception. She is an exception technically all throughout the compilation, because she does live on in the Lifestream. We're aware of her consciousness in the Lifestream through stuff like Lifestream White in the book On the Way to a Smile. But this is to say that in Rebirth, we're probably going to get explorations of these concepts that weren't truly explored, or explored in a broader way in the original game, but were here in the original game. And I do think this idea of exceptions and sort of like breaking the way of the world, possibly being part of Sephiroth's endgame, and breaking that flow of spirits, might be something that we see within the Remake trilogy. Bonfires are funny, aren't they? They make you remember all sorts of things. Cloud, 5 years ago. It's nothing. No, forget it. I'm afraid to ask. What is it? It feels like you're going far away. You really, really are you, right? Interestingly enough, to go back in time a little bit, and I've talked about this a lot in this playthrough, but in my very first playthrough of this game, I did not even recognize that dialogue and what the implications of that dialogue is or are. It's very clear, right? Like, it's very clear once you know everything, what she's talking about, what this is a hint toward. But it didn't really like add up to me. You think about it a little more innocently, right? Like, it reminds you maybe of her conversation with Cloud after the incident with Johnny in FF7 Remake, where she says your eyes are different. And Cloud takes it in this very surface level way of like, oh, his eyes are literally a different color because of the Mako experiments. But there's something else to that, right? Like, she's saying that you're a different person. Like, she's not seeing the Cloud that she remembers when she looks into his eyes, right? Like, there's a level of depth to these comments from Tifa, both in the original game and in Remake, and they really capture that really well, especially in that Johnny scene. And it gives me a lot of faith in how much the developers really understand these characters, really understand the importance of those moments, even if us as the audience already know the truth, even if they've already kind of given away the gambit, with Crisis Core, and letting new players kind of find out what actually happened in Nibelheim. They're clearly looking to subvert that moment in some way. So it's really interesting to just see that they're still committing to these kinds of interactions, right? They do it here in the original, they do it in Remake with the Johnny scene, with other moments where she sort of like reacts strangely to Cloud, and obviously in the Rebirth trailer where she openly asks, where she openly kind of questions his story, which she starts to do here a little bit, right? I even love the writing of that dialogue of like, it's funny, bonfires are funny, it brings back all these memories, right? Like it's really well written in terms of this moment and really putting you in her perspective and in her, point of view, sitting there in the bonfire. I can imagine myself sitting in front of a bonfire in her shoes, and, the things I would think about. She's kind of lost in thought in this moment in Cosmo Canyon. And it comes out. It finally sort of like pierces the veil a little bit. Even though she doesn't fully say, your story doesn't add up or anything like that, she does start to poke it, right? She does say, you really are you, right? I think it's a fascinating scene. A little sit-down moment with Aerith. I am so fascinated by what they do with this interaction in Rebirth. Just watch. Aerith. I learned a lot. The elders taught me many things. About the Cetra, about the Promised Land. I'm alone. I'm all alone now. So what I find fascinating about this is that what she says here doesn't really conflict with anything she already technically knew walking into this. Like, she sees herself as alone, right? And she also knows that she is the last Cetra. She has told this to us already, that she understands this. So it's so strange that whatever conversation that she had led her to feel this way, led her to feel like I'm alone. It's not just a matter of her being the last Cetra. It has to be more than that. If I were to venture a guess, it must be that, like, maybe the how alone she feels in her duty, in terms of what she has to do, that she is really the only one who could do what she has to do. She's the only one that really understands sort of the weight of what is put on her, sort of the responsibility of maybe even the holy materia. There has to be something more to this than just an acknowledgement of her being the last Cetra. It has to go beyond this, and I'm very, very fascinated by if we get to learn more about what this conversation with the elders was, whether it's through a conversation like this in a campfire or through a playable sequence with Aerith. But we're here for you, right? I know, but I am the only Cetra. Does that mean we can't help? See, she doesn't answer that question, because clearly there's something to what she has to do in her mission that only she can do, right? And that feeling of being alone is not just in terms of being the last Cetra, but has to be in terms of what that entails, like what that means. Cosmo Canyon. This is where Avalanche was born. I promised my guys someday, when we save the planet from the Shenron, that we'd all go to Cosmo Canyon and celebrate. Biggs, Wedge, Jesse. Now they're all gone. Died for the planet. Will they ever forgive me? I'm gonna do it. Again, Avalanche is born again. What's really interesting about that moment is the context of Traces of Two Pasts. Because when you meet Barrett in Traces, he's homeless. Tifa takes him in, and eventually it leads down a path where he ends up meeting Jesse. He actually went to Sector 7 specifically to look for Jesse, who at the moment, at the time, was on the run. He wanted to join Avalanche. He knew of Avalanche. He knew Jesse was part of Avalanche. So, when he meets Jesse, he proposes to, he asks to join Avalanche. And at that time, Avalanche is really kind of fractured. And, Jesse says, it's really a lot of splinter cells now. And it's really just me, Biggs, and Wedge, and we can never really make a decision. And so Barrett says, I'll be the leader, right? Like, bring me on, I'll be the leader. You need a leader, I can be the leader. And he really does serve that role. But I would imagine he feels a lot of even more guilt in this moment, right? And we'll see that probably reflected in Rebirth. Traces of Two Pasts came out 20-something years after the original game. So this wasn't even really there when this game came out. Maybe it was in Nojima's head during this scene in some form or fashion, but it's a more contemporary sort of piece of lore. So it's interesting, despite how new that information is for us as fans of FF7, it sort of does reflect really well into the original game, and I think will reflect even better in Rebirth. I'm very curious how they do the Cave of the Gate in general, but even especially in this moment. See, as you're going down and it feels all distorted, it could be really cool. It could be somewhat similar to Northern Crater stuff. I'm really looking forward to how they do the aesthetic of this. Damn. Nanaki, you have grown strong too. Yeah? Yes, it was your limb break that killed him. The warrior who fought against Gi. He kept them from taking even one step into Cosmo Canyon. But he was never able to return to town. Look, Nanaki. Look at your father. The warrior, Seto. God, this is so good. This will be one of the most emotional moments for sure. I wonder if they'll let us, get closer to him. Cloud says they are trying to save the planet. Honestly, I don't think it can be done. For even if they stop every reactor on the planet, it's only going to postpone the inevitable. Kind of interesting, right? That, he is making a point that even stopping the reactors, even if we succeed at the non-Sephiroth goal, right? I know that we've been talking in general and generally about the idea of fate and destiny and trying to sort of prevent the quote-unquote bad ending that happened at the end of the original FF7 when the Lifestream came out, attacked Meteor, spread geostigma to everyone. That we saw as maybe the reason for why humanity may have died away, right? Which is not exactly my interpretation of the original ending, but setting that aside for a minute. Bugenhagen makes a point here. Even destroying all the reactors, even stopping all of them will only postpone the inevitable. So it's an interesting viewpoint that, setting aside the Sephiroth thing for a moment, if we even succeed in completely tearing down Shinra, destroying every reactor, that apparently we're only postponing the inevitable. So I wonder if this can hint to maybe a greater need, a greater sort of thing that needs to be done in terms of truly correcting and fixing the live stream in some broader way.
A few moments later.
Even if they stop Sephiroth, everything will perish. But Nanaki, I've been thinking lately. I've been thinking if there was anything we could do as part of the planet, something to help a planet already in misery. No matter what happens, isn't it important to try? Am I just wishing against fate? Interesting here to have this concept of fate here, right? Because there have been conversations, even ones that I've had, of how much fate is truly a part of this original game or not. And here we're seeing the theme of fate come up from Bugenhagen, right? That like he's really pushing in on the fate of the planet, right? And this concept of pushing against fate, which wasn't one of the primary themes for me personally playing the original game, but there is some of it here. So it's interesting to see it. I wanted to, I'm in the middle of editing this bit with Bugenhagen, and it reminded me of this thought that I think I may bring up at the very end of the playthrough, but I want to bring it up here since I'm having this discussion about sort of the greater threat to the planet and this idea of fate that Bugenhagen talks about. Something that I've been really thinking about a lot is, you'll see here that Aerith in a moment, once Jenova really reveals herself, and I'll bring it up here so you can hear it.
This is
the source of everything.
The source of everything. You know, Aerith says it herself, and that makes me think of everything Bugenhagen just spoke about in terms of, even if Cloud and the party does defeat Sephiroth, they won't ultimately, you know, the planet is still doomed. And I think that doom that befalls the planet is in large part due to Jenova in the Lifestream. You know, we see within the compilation that it's really her presence that then puts it, oh my god, the sort of whatever this playthrough is, Jenova's like floating above the ground. But God, it set me so off track. We know that Jenova is really what creates the opportunity for geostigma, and we see, you know, how that just continues on and perpetuates sort of this connection between Cloud and Sephiroth. And a lot of people have wondered, you know, at the end of everything, at the end of the trilogy, will Cloud have to die so that, you know, Sephiroth is finally untethered from reality and unable to return to the planet, because he is sort of the link as established in Lifestream Black. But I've been wondering if they do something where we're able to get more of a final, we can deal with this threat that Bugenhagen talks about, this larger sort of fate that befalls the planet, by actually reaching an endgame that gets rid of Jenova's influence and presence in the Lifestream altogether and completely cancels out any opportunity for Sephiroth to come back in the way that he continues to come back all throughout the compilation. So I wonder if it reminds me of the Evangelion Rebuild movies, and I'm not going to spoil anything about the show or the movies. I'm going to mention one thing. It's not going to be a specific plot point. You're not going to know any character names or any exact things that happen. But in that sort of transition from show to the Rebuild films reach an endpoint. It goes past the ending of the original show. That's sort of the biggest, you know, spoiler-free thing I can tell you about that series and why people compare it to Remake. But why I think that's interesting is if, you know, there's an open-ended ending, a bit open-ended, in the original, in Evangelion, the show. And the Rebuild movies reach a new endpoint that provides more closure for the characters and more kind of finality to that story. So I wonder if, you know, Remake follows a similar path, because people have talked about, you know, and I agree with a lot of the takes, right? There's a lot of good videos out there, like Michael Bustamante, who's talked about it, like Professor Noctis has talked about it in recent videos. I've talked about it in previous videos in terms of this idea of the Remake trilogy ultimately telling kind of the same story, but I've also left the door open for the endpoint to be different, and I've mentioned that in some of my past videos, because I do think there are elements of this story that clearly seem like it is a little bit of a sequel type of experience. Not to say that it's exactly a sequel in the way that people have talked about it, but it's pretty undeniable that characters within Remake have an awareness of story and characters that they didn't have in the original game. Aerith definitely seems to have it. Cloud has visions of the future, which didn't happen in the original game. As I mentioned, Aerith, you know, that chapter 14 resolution scene, that shows an awareness of things. It doesn't even seem like Aerith from Remake. I've always sort of interpreted it as the original game's Aerith, who's in the live stream, or her memory that's living in the live stream. And I think the script actually may even support that a bit. But Sephiroth, as we just saw on the cargo ship, does not recognize Cloud in this version of the game. In the original game, he's like, who are you? And in Remake, in Chapter 2, when they confront each other, Cloud mentions, I killed you, and Sephiroth is like, how could I forget? And that's such a big deviation from Sephiroth's, awareness and relationship to Cloud, even if it's technically Jenova, and there's still, the overall antagonist barely knows who Cloud is in the original game, all throughout the journey. He's just stringing him along as another clone. So there's a very real and definite difference, it seems like, with the Remake trilogy's approach to everything. All that's to say, and I've gone on and rambled quite a bit here, but all that's to say that Bugenhagen brings up the idea that even if the party, succeeds, there's still a ultimate, bad fate to the planet. He believes that it's not going to work out. It's not going to end really well. So this is an opportunity, if they were to, within the Remake trilogy, kind of finally put an end to Jenova and eradicate her from the live stream altogether, completely sever Sephiroth's ties to Cloud and ability to connect to him through Jenova cells. That would be an interesting way to potentially take the Remake project and add some finality to the actual compilation as an entirety, to the FF7 story as a whole. And I'm not against that. I think that would be really cool. I would love a lot of stuff to be recreated from the original game, as I mentioned, but I'm totally not opposed to them going even further. And I think, given how they've set up things in terms of the unknown journey and defeating fate, I feel like they kind of set themselves up that they have to deliver on that in some way. I really wonder how they're going to do the tears, if they'll do it in a similar vein here. Because I do think the tears are just such a nice touch at the end of this scene. It shows that Setzo is still there, right? He's still alive in there. This is the Elder Hargo. That's probably going to be a bigger character in Rebirth because of Aerith combo earlier. Oh boy, you see that in the distance? Nibelheim. This is Nibelheim, right? Town's all here. Yeah. Wow, did you lie to us? Interesting. I'm not lying. I was actually, literally, as I walked into Nibelheim, I was like, shit, probably should have put Tifa in the party. Because that would probably be more lore relevant. But if you bring Red, apparently he calls you out. Like, are you lying? Were you lying? I remember the intense heat of the flames. What? It was all burned down, wasn't it? See, that's coming from Tifa. Like, Tifa's like, this is all burned down. Like, she knows. She agrees with that part of Cloud's story. I thought so. And why? My house is still here too. Something strange. Aw, shit, it's a creepy picture. It's a creepy picture from Crisis Core. Unironically, one of my favorite quests in Crisis Core. What is it? I want to hear your story. I lived in this house until I was 14. No, but this town was burned down. You're sick saying such things. Get out of here. I'm very curious how they redo this scene. Because it's kind of like a little bit of a disappointing scene, right? Like, just to be sure, like, you're sick, get out of here. Like, in his own home, right? Like, I hope they do more with Cloud's home. Must get it and bring to Sephiroth. Then become one with Sephiroth. Ooh, bring it to Sephiroth, then become one with Sephiroth. Because that reminds me of Sleep Easy's, Vessel of Rebirth, and this idea of Sephiroth, when he gets the Black Materia from Cloud this time around, potentially really, truly taking over Cloud. Really turning Cloud into a true vessel for him. Because in the original game, as we'll see a little bit later, he uses Cloud, right? Like, Cloud kind of does get manipulated into doing stuff for Sephiroth, but he's never really fully manipulated, like, completely, right? Like, he loses it, he, asks for forgiveness for what he's about to do, and then betrays the party, and then is kind of dropped. Like, he's literally that Toy Story meme of, like, I'm done playing with you now, is what Sephiroth does with Cloud. And I'm very curious if they actually do end up doing this idea of Cloud becoming one with Sephiroth, right? Like that scene that we see at the end of Remake where Sephiroth extends his hand to Cloud and tells him to join him. In Remake, Cloud says no. But in Rebirth, will he actually say yes? Will that kind of acceptance of Sephiroth, will he become one with Sephiroth? Will he act more like one of the clones? Will they take that idea of Cloud potentially being a clone, potentially being a failed experiment? Will they take that to a further extreme than they did in the original game? Very, very interested in how they pull this off. Clone activity report. Unfortunately, no clones have left this town this quarter. As previously reported, the clones seem to be sensing something, but all they say is reunion or Sephiroth, and show no other signs of activity. But it's interesting enough that, like, so clearly Tifa's house has become a home for some kind of Shinra employee who's doing these reports. And they're only saying things like reunion or Sephiroth, but when we're bumping into these clones, they're saying a lot more things. So I wonder if it's because of our proximity to them or what, right? Like they, or is it the growing strength of Sephiroth? I'm very interested in if there's a tie there. Sephiroth has lost his mind. He found the secrets hidden in this mansion. Sephiroth. You know Sephiroth? Oh, nice. Alright, I've decided to go with you. That sure was a quick change of heart. Being a former Turk, I may be of help. Alright then. That's actually interesting, yeah. Him being a former Turk may be of help. It's kind of interesting that... It's an interesting idea to explore, honestly, with the idea of Vincent as a former Turk and his understanding of Shinra, and using that within the story. I haven't played a lot of this game with Vincent in my party, so I don't know if he brings a lot of that insight into a lot of moments. Like, I know that he has a great moment when he is with the party in the return to Midgar when you confront Hojo. It's great to have Vincent in your party for that exchange, but I don't know if he has that much, exposition outside of that in terms of providing more insight into Shinra and whatnot. So it'd be interesting if they explore that with his character in Rebirth, where we have just maybe he'll be able to offer more insight as a Shinra, sort of a different perspective. That's even more insight. To actually have a Turk on the team, especially given the elevated, status of the Turks, the elevated position of the Turks within the compilation now, like how much more they've built up the Turks and the lore of the Turks and its relation to Avalanche. His interactions with Barrett could be really interesting. There's a lot they could do with Vincent. A absolute metric fuck ton they could do with Vincent, and that would be huge for me personally, because I really think Vincent is a cool character, really cool design, but I think he's been pretty underdeveloped everywhere in FF7. His best moments are actually in Advent Children and in On the Way to a Smile. Like his conversation with Red 13, you get more of a sense of who he is and his personality and his character. So I really want to see that explored more in Rebirth. Reactions to Jenova detected. I wonder if they'll do something with this and the tank, because we come down here, which is a place that obviously Cloud has had memories. They're not really sort of like hiding the past that much. This was a major mystery back in the original game. In fact, you probably thought on first playthrough that you were A, and even remake players I've seen who have gone back and played the original game think that Cloud is A and think that Zack is B, right? They think it's flipped because they don't know until they get to the Lifestream sequence and it's all revealed. So it'll be interesting to see how they play with these notes, how they play with the scratches on the Mako tanks. Very curious what they do with the scene in Rebirth, because they could do a lot more here in the Shinra basement, just given Cloud's visions and everything. It could be really, really fascinating how they remix this. Interesting. Oh, it's Sid's house. Wow, Sid's got some ammunition. He's got a little car, kind of stowed away here. A buggy of his own in a way. Interesting. I never really noticed this room. I don't know if I ever really went in here without Sid around. Everyone in this town was a mechanic back when they were planning to launch the rocket. Cool. And I might get some stories of like people around here, because it's really an empty town except for a guy who looks like a rocket and Sid. Like, there's so much more they need to include, and maybe some more backstory, maybe meeting some more of the townspeople, and getting more of the stories of the people affected by the shutdown and the closure of the space program. I think it might be even a slightly abandoned town too. If there's no active space program and that's really the main thing that's supposed to be here, then, you know, they might have just left. Now it's a Mako company, but in the old days it was a weapons manufacturer. Well, they came up with a rocket engine. There was so much excitement about the thought of going out into outer space. Our dreams got bigger and bigger. They put a major budget into it and made prototype after prototype. Finally, they completed Shinra number 26. They chose the best pilot in Shinra. No, in the world. Me. I mean, come on. And finally, we get to the day of the launch. Everything was going well. Because of that dumbass Shiro, the launch got messed up. And then it was all over once they found out Mako energy was profitable. They didn't even so much as look at space exploration. Money, moolah, dinero, my dream was just a financial number for them. Interesting to like, I know that they shut down the program, but I didn't realize that it came around the time of like the Mako extraction, sort of understanding the potential of Mako. So there could be a lot of interesting world lore in terms of exploring the concept of Mako and these knock-on effects, right? Like how Mako ended up really damaging Corel in terms of destroying the mining economy there, and then here in Rocket Town, like destroying this entire space program. Like everything that Shinra has abandoned in this pursuit of the Promised Land and all the people affected is actually a really interesting subplot that they can explore with more fidelity and more detail in Rebirth. Really, don't mind us. Shut up! Sit down in those chairs and drink your goddamn tea! Ah, damn, I'm pissed. Sure, I'll be in the backyard tuning up the tiny Bronco. And make sure to serve him some tea, alright? It's a little verbally abusive, you know. Sheesh, what bad manners. Yeah, Barrett's gonna tell him off, probably. Sorry, it's our fault. No, he's always like this. I think it's a bit too harsh. No, it's because of my stupid mistake. I was the one who destroyed his dream. What happened? Oh, this music. Oh my god, just let the music sink in for a minute. God, it's so beautiful. almost done. You're gonna die. Sid, we must start the countdown. We won't be able to make it if we don't. Starting engine. Hey, wait a minute. Sharon's still in here. What are you gonna do, Sid? If we cancel now, it'll be another 6 months until the next launch. And you know what? I do think this moment here, despite how harsh Sid is upon meeting him, right? Like, it's not a massive gesture to, like, save Shira's life in some ways. Like, it's a very human thing to do. But he does present as such a selfishly driven asshole that it does say something to him and communicates to us as the audience that he stops it, right? Like, he does, this is his dream, this is all he's ever wanted, and he does stop it. He could, if he were a complete asshole, just take off, right? Let Shira die, but he doesn't. Granted, in the cinematic, the rocket does start to go up. There's, the the engine starts to fire, the flames go out. Like, Shira probably should be dead. But regardless, we're just gonna let that go because it ends up being a cool image. But it's hard to believe she survives because those rockets go off.
Whoa. Ugh.
So funny. Can't wait to see this in Rebirth. I hope they do all of that. All of that. Truck everything. Who is piloting this thing is the question. Or is it like a smart system or something? Like, it makes very little sense. They really have to think about how they handle this takeoff animation and whatnot. There's nobody in the pilot seat, yet it just has taken off. Like I said, maybe there's some kind of smart AI system or something piloting it. I don't know. It's very weird. I really wonder how they're going to handle the exploration of in the Tiny Bronco, because it's very efficient here, but also it is very strange. These are cool. I wonder if they do something with this guy. Like, look at these weapons. Granted, these are mod weapons, but they almost, like this one, for example, almost looks like the sword in Advent Children on the fusion sword. Like, it would be cool if this guy ends up sort of creating unique weapons for us in the end or something like that. You don't know what the promised land of the ancients is. You search and travel until you feel it. Then you just know that you've found it. Aerith, can you feel it too? I think so. It's actually kind of interesting that Aerith here is indicating that she can feel the promised land, because in Remake, and I think even earlier in this game, but definitely in Remake, when they're in her old room in chapter 17, they ask if, she can find the promised land, and she says, right now, no, not like, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. So the fact that she kind of does sense it and has some idea of it and where it might be is showing a little bit of her kind of gaining more knowledge as this journey continues. And I wonder if a similar thing will happen in Rebirth. How many men with black capes and number tattoos are there? Of course, my tattoo is number 13. Hojo put it on me. The rest are just war scars, but the number was done by Hojo. So there are at least 13. Cloud. I'm number 13. Am I going to go mad too? Interesting that they're starting to play with the idea of the tattoos in relation to Red versus the caped men, and I wonder if they'll play with that in Rebirth. That's such a small plot point that I don't genuinely remember it here. Maybe it's because I don't typically have Red in my party. I don't know if it depends on having Red in your party or not. It's interesting. I wonder if they play with this. And I'm sorry, forget it. I think I'm tired. I'm going to bed now. What was that all of a sudden? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think I've ever noticed that moment that she starts to indicate that, like, there's something else to discuss here in addition to the Black Materia and chasing after Sephiroth. Maybe that's what her date is about, or I wonder if it's another story beat. I don't know. Here we go. Who did I get on the date? I think it's Aerith. It's Aerith, alright. What's wrong? Let's go on a date. What? It's so pretty. This is gonna be absolutely magical. No matter who you're on the date with, who you're with on the date is gonna be incredible. I've already explained that I'm taking Aerith because I want that maximum impact when she dies, so I want as much time with her as possible. And first off, it bothered me how you looked exactly alike. Two completely different people look exactly the same. The way you walk, gesture. I think I must have seen him again in you. But you're different. I'm like, it's going to be fascinating to see how they do this, because I think this is really well written and they don't need to push it beyond what it is here. But given just how much they built every scene, how much they've added to every scene in the original within Remake, it seems that they would have this moment, right? Like, that they would sort of build it up even more. They would probably add more to it, but I think they need to do it with a deft hand. I don't think they should do too much. I don't think they should go too far beyond what's in the script here, because I think this captures it really well, and you don't need much more than the economy of words that they've chosen in the scene. But I'm right here. I know. What I mean is, I want to meet you. This is going to be really interesting. One of the things, and I was thinking about this actually earlier, way before I ever got to the date scene, I've been thinking about this for a while, because I made this very conscious choice to get Aerith to be my date for the Gold Saucer, because I wanted this scene. I wanted the most lore relevant, kind of story impacting moment to be Aerith, and I know there's probably people here who might, be Clarets versus Clodies or whatever. Shipping aside, I just think the maximum punch within the sort of like organic pace and progression of the story is to have a moment like this with Aerith before she dies. You have this sort of one-on-one time with her, and then you lose her, right? In fact, you almost betray her by, everything that happens at the Temple of the Ancients. So I think that they should have a moment like this, however it comes to life, whether it's in the gondola or not. They should have a moment with Cloud and Aerith one-on-one, probably in the Gold Saucer, that is like this, regardless of whether she's on your date or not. I think it's too important to the story to not have this moment. Like, I personally would really love to have the date with Tifa and then have still this moment with Aerith. I think that would be great. And given that the trailer has sort of given a hint of that line of I want to meet you, the real you.
I'm trying so hard to find you.
And I think it's a beat, it's a story beat, it's a moment that has to happen, in my opinion, no matter what, whether she is the date or not. I think it's important, given how critical she is, how important the kind of like her fate is to everything, to Cloud's journey, to the world's journey. I think she should have this moment no matter what. Yes, I was a spy. I was hired by the Shinra. All right, yes, I am a Shinra employee, but we're not entirely enemies. Something bothers me. I think it's your way of life. You don't get paid, you don't get praise, yet you still risk your lives and continue on your journey. Seeing that it just makes me think about my life. I don't think I'd feel too good if things ended the way they are now. It's interesting because I'm doing like this kind of ridiculous voice for Keita, but underneath it, I think I'm picking up on Reeve, right? Like in the moment, I'm like, screw this guy, screw this cat. Like he's probably just saying this to say it. Even in like replays, I think I've not felt this hasn't come across as really genuine. But knowing that it's Reeve and knowing Reeve now through the years, knowing him even from, you know, the anime that nobody has watched, well, not a lot of people have watched, called Episode Denzel, but I keep including him like every video because I think it's amazing. I think it's arguably one of the best parts of the compilation, if not the best part of the compilation, just as like a piece of storytelling. You know, I think it's interesting, you know, now knowing that it's Reeve, because I do feel this, right? Like we see it in Remake. We see in Remake that he you know, he fights the board. He fights everyone in that meeting. And he really is torn apart by every decision that Shinra makes, and yet he still goes along with it, right? He's still working for the company. He's still doing what the company's doing, and he's expressing here feeling torn about that. And when I'm looking at this robot cat, I think it's full of shit. But when I think about it through the eyes of Reeve, it actually adds up. He'll never tell the truth. Once a spy, always a spy. See, and this like concept of almost change, right? That, you know, who are you really? You know, are you more than what you present as yourself? That's explored in a few characters, right? It's explored through Cloud in terms of obviously like his backstory. It's explored through Aerith and her role as a Cetra, and is that all she is, or is she more than that? It's explored through Tifa and sort of the sort of face and cover that she puts on, where she, you know, goes along with everybody, but is secretly harboring sort of doubts about Cloud, doubts about Avalanche, but she doesn't really express it. Barrett, sort of the exterior that he puts on, and sort of his misguided ways. It's Sid, for sure. You know, with how much of a jerk he comes across at first, and then sort of the massive change that he goes through, the arc that he has throughout FF7. I think it is a part of the story. That's not to say I think it's going to happen with somebody like Sephiroth, but because I don't think there's really a redemption arc. I think we'll understand Sephiroth better. But it is interesting that it's something to that there is this layer that they're exploring with almost every character, including freaking Robot Cat. So I'm shocked that I've had so much to say during this like Kate Sith interaction. I didn't even think I would say all that much, but it is stirring up a lot of thoughts. This is the Temple of the Ancients. I know. I feel it. The knowledge of the Ancients floating. You crying? I wonder, this is another interesting interaction that I think they'll probably expand upon, obviously, in Rebirth. But everything will probably be expanded on. But the point is that, you know, there's probably some history bubbling up for Aerith with everything that happened with Shinra and so forth. Sung's are their enemy, the Turks, but I've known him since we were little. There's not a lot of people I can say that about. In fact, there are probably only a handful of people in the world who really know me. Interesting, that relates back also to the scene in Cosmo Canyon where she feels so alone, right? That there's no one really who understands her, where very few people, that she really feels alone. But Sung is someone that at least she's known a long time. Man, this is gonna be so trippy, and they have to like retain the feel of this, I think. Words, feelings, so many of them here. This place smells good. It smells the same as Cosmo Canyon. I wonder if there's anything there from a lore perspective, you know, maybe just like how in tune with the planet Cosmo Canyon is, and how obviously in tune Temple of the Ancients is. Cloud, I know it's going to be tough, but don't give up. We can do it. It's funny, like that attitude that you hear from her in Remake, especially at the end of Remake, where she's very much like encouraging Cloud and the team that like, we can do it, we can da-da-da. It feels like a new thing because it's more so her talking about the concept of fighting back fate, but she has similar lines of dialogue here in this game. Sealed. That sound brings back memories. Sealed. That sound brings back memories. That's a weird line of dialogue. To Cloud? It brings back memories to Cloud? Huh. That sound? Why? Yum yum. Phew, we finally caught up to you. I'm sorry, you waited for me. Those are the spirit bodies of the ancients. They've been away from their planet for a long time to protect this temple. Over the many years, they've lost the ability to talk. Actually, they didn't need words from the beginning because there was only one objective for those left in the temple. This will be an interesting interaction. Like, very curious how they depict this thing. It's another one of the weird, lovely, sort of strange, fantastical elements of this game. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Danger? An evil consciousness? Yeah, so Sephiroth in the Lifestream. You're going to show me. What's going on? Wait, look, it's showing us. That's so crazy. It's interesting, so that flash of him coming in a similar transparent form like us, I think is like him coming through the live stream, right? That this like consciousness that's coming into this moment, and then he kind of becomes formed. So, you've opened the door. Well done. This place, what is it? A lost treasure house of knowledge, the wisdom of the ancients. It breaks off and addresses us. You stupid fools. You have never even thought about it. All the spirit energy of this planet, all its wisdom, knowledge, I will meld with it all. I will become one with it. It will become one with me. I wonder if this is another way to interpret worlds merging. You can do that? The way lies here. Only death awaits you all, but do not fear. For it is through death that a new spirit energy is born. Soon, you will live again as a part of me. A new spirit energy is born. Is it creating a new live stream? I guess? I don't know. Okay, so I'm really excited to talk about a couple of things based on what we just saw. So what you just saw were my live thoughts in the moment back in December when I played this portion of the original game. And there's been some things that have come out since that have really stimulated a lot of thought for me in my mind. And one is actually this video by Michael Bustamante. So definitely worth checking out. It's called Time Travel in FF7, FF7 Rebirth Theory and Preparation. And he does a really great job of like digging back and looking at the precedents within the original game, as I was essentially doing throughout this entire playthrough, because it had been a while for me of playing the original. So he did a really great job of looking at a lot of things within the original and how they might relate to concepts within Remake. And one of the things that he points to is this pool of consciousness that we just saw in the Temple of Ancients. And this really stuck out to me while I was playing, and as you heard, I had a few thoughts about it. But just given what we've seen of Zack's timeline, or Zack's world rather, there were, this really stuck out to me because I believe I haven't rewatched all of Michael's video here in the lead up to this of talking about this, but so I don't know if he said these exact words or not, but my takeaway from this was that there was this precedent for a connection between consciousnesses in our world and some other kind of other ethereal plane, and so his big proposal that his video lands on, essentially altering the memory of the planet will corrupt data of the Lifestream, etc., etc. This will give Sephiroth the spiritual energy required to summon Meteor. He can achieve this by using the Time Guardian, but the real kind of thing here is like creating the future, right? Like accessing the Lifestream and the power of the Temple of the Ancients and the Black Materia in order to, create the future. As you'll see in a few clips from now, later on toward the end of the Temple of the Ancients, Sephiroth talks about the idea of creating the future. And he says here, in order to not end, he has to have a stagnant reality that does not work in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And he was largely, a large part of that was theorizing that Zack's world here, that we're seeing here, is sort of this other reality, this future that Sephiroth has created. And it reminded me of a couple of things that I think are fairly interesting in terms of like, if Zack's world is some kind of stagnant reality or stagnant live stream, there are a few things that add up for me that are really fascinating about that. One is in the Temple of the Ancients, in the scene that we just saw, Sephiroth says, "Only death awaits you all, but do not fear." And that relates directly to something in the promotional material from Square Enix of this line that they promoted for Sephiroth, this quote, "Don't be afraid, it's not death, it's a homecoming." And it also reminds me of what Sephiroth says here in a minute, "For it is through death that a new spirit energy is born. Soon you will live again as a part of me." So going back to Michael's theory, he's been talking about this stagnant reality as a creation of Sephiroth, in which he will live, he will be a god, as he talks about in the Temple of the Ancients, kind of looming over this reality that, say, Zack is in and others may be in. And it reminds me of the thought of, because we've been talking about in the Rebirth trailer, the recent one, I believe the release date trailer, where Marlene says, when she dies, when she wakes up, that means, a bad man is going to kill her. So that takes me to this thought of Sephiroth creating this stagnant reality, this plane of existence between life and death, that he controls and he has reign over. And when Aerith dies, she ends up in this reality. And it will feel on the surface like, oh god, she's alive again, because we think Zack is alive as well. But the reality of this world is that it is going to be not ideal. As Elmira says in this trailer, people think it's the end of the world. And he is inviting people to live into, once again at the quote, "Don't be afraid, it's not death, it's a homecoming. Welcome to Sephiroth's home. Welcome to this stagnant reality where you will live again as part of me." Sephiroth really putting that squarely there. So there is another hint about this idea of a stagnant reality that to me gives it even more credibility. And I mentioned this to Michael in one of the comments on one of his videos. And look what President Shinra here says. And the reason I bring this up is because there have been a few people in the community that have done such a great job. Ironically, I call myself subtext, but I think so many in the community have done such an incredible job of finding the subtext underneath a lot of the dialogue within Remake and the original and so forth. Sleep Easy did a breakdown on one of his streams recently of chapter 14 and the conversation of Leslie, and how it actually mirrors Cloud's journey throughout the compilation. And it is so good. It is so fascinating. I'm definitely going to talk about it during my remake playthrough. And Professor Noctis did an incredible job on his recent video about the train graveyard and kind of how that links potentially to Sephiroth's plan, which also links to this theory from Michael about this sort of stagnant reality, this sort of like fake reality that I'm starting to buy more and more into. And the reason why I think that's important is that there are these moments within Remake that we keep seeing, everyone keeps talking about as filler. And you have to think there had to have been a purpose, right? Like, what was the purpose of, for example, in this scene, having President Shinra kind of talking to Barrett rather than the very dramatic scene where, you know, you walk in and you see the president already stabbed by Sephiroth. It's such an iconic moment. Why change it? Like, what is the purpose of this speech? Yes, there is a conversation. Yes, President Shinra is kind of flipping the script on Barrett in terms of showing him how flawed his game plan is, his strategy of taking down Shinra, how it's not looking forward to kind of the negative potential of a world without something like Mako, which he talked about here. So this is where it comes in. So President Shinra, picture it. Picture a world without Shinra, without Mako energy, a stagnant, impotent world, stagnant reality. Now picture a natural disaster. Who would help the people? What have we seen in the Rebirth trailers? A natural disaster, and it's chaos. And so this seems to be foreshadowing of what's happening in Zack's world. And this is a really fascinating concept to me because it further starts to get at least in a believable, interesting, credible theory around like what the nature of Zack's world is. It's the first time where, and it's kind of the great thing about this sort of community when it's working at its best. We have all these people who are finding all these great little clues and hints, and we're starting to put together something that seems like it could be correct. Look, it could be wrong. I at one point thought that, you know, there was only one timeline because of the ends with the singularity. We actually left the singularity and walked back out into Zack's world. I ended up being wrong about that. There was a lot of evidence that seems to sort of add up to that. But here, there seems to be even more evidence within the dialogue of Remake, within the promotional material here. This is again reiterated in the most recent trailer, here within the original game itself, for this concept of living again. And Sephiroth sort of being at the heart of, you know, creating some kind of future, which Sephiroth talks about right here, you know, and soon I will create the future. There seems to be a lot of precedence for Sephiroth creating some kind of reality. He does it in the world of Maze, in which there is some kind of reality being formed there by him in an illusionary world, as it's talked about within the original game. So there seems to be something here, potentially. I don't know. I find it really fascinating, though, and again, probably the first real credible idea of what could be going on in Zack's world. I am the timeline's guardian. Ye who seek the knowledge of the ancients, I control the time. Select your path. Seriously, though, like, how this relates to time and potentially timelines, maybe, I don't know, man. Cloud, get a hold of yourself. Cloud. Cloud. How should I? This is gonna look crazy in Remake. This is gonna absolutely, like, new players are gonna lose their mind at this moment. Right, Cloud, it's nothing. Right, it seems like it's something. So if we solve the puzzles, the black material will get smaller and smaller. We can take it out. Yes, but there's one thing. You can only answer the puzzles inside the temple. I wonder if they'll do something with this with Sith, right? Because he just kind of automatically does it when he sacrifices himself. I wonder if they'll turn that into an actual puzzle solving sequence with Sith. Like, that doesn't sound particularly fun, but we'll see. Oh, this isn't good. I can't say it. Poor Tifa. No, tell me. Promise I won't get mad. Is that so? Then I'll tell you. Looks good. You are perfect for each other. Aerith Star and Cloud Star, they show a great future. Cloud, I'll be your matchmaker. Preacher, I'll do whatever you want me to. You just call me when it all happens. And the shipping wars began. This is the final farewell. Except I'll come right back to life as a second version of myself. And eventually there will be about 7 versions of me. One person's power alone won't do. Somewhere special, where there's plenty of the power of the planet's energy. Oh yeah, the Promised Land. The Promised Land. No, but Sephiroth is different. He's not an ancient. He shouldn't be able to find the Promised Land. But I have. I am far superior to the ancients. I became a traveler of the Lifestream and gained the wisdom and knowledge of the ancients. I also gained the knowledge and wisdom of those after the extinction of the ancients. And soon, I will create the future. I won't let you do it. The future is not just yours. I wonder. This little interaction about the future, like creating the future won't be yours, and Aerith, it reminds me of Aerith continually talking about the future is what we make of it. You know, the future is, you know, it's still up to us. She says it multiple times throughout Remake, and then especially at the end of Remake. And so this kind of leans into that as well. We obviously take that concept of the future in a very meta sense, but it has always been a little bit present in this original story. That isn't to say the story won't be different. I do think it will be different, but it's still falling in line with the story that we know, right? In some ways, it's adding up to the original Final Fantasy VII, even if it's not 100% still the original Final Fantasy VII. So I think it's a good time to jump in and tackle this topic because it's something very relevant. So here, Sephiroth talks about being a traveler of the Lifestream and gaining the wisdom and knowledge of the ancients. And having even gone and after the extinction of the ancients, and that he'll create the future. And this is something that is a hot topic. Like, a lot of people are really passionate, have made passionate videos about why, you know, time travel, and or just comments in YouTube videos and on Reddit of why, like, time travel in Final Fantasy VII is a stupid idea. There was always some sense of it within the original Final Fantasy VII. And I don't think people, because it's not time travel in the way that you would traditionally think of it, right? It's about accessing the knowledge of the Lifestream, and sort of the Lifestream, as I know Professor Noctis has talked about this a lot in his videos, of being like omnitemporal, right? Like, it is all time at once, all knowledge sort of at once. And it's a little kludgy because it's a little, you know, how does that work with the concept of your spirit returning to the planet? You know, is it that your planet gets your future knowledge and memories before you even die? It's very strange. But there is this concept of sort of being able to move and access knowledge through time. And that is the kind of form of time travel that I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is playing with to some extent. It's not that Sephiroth is physically traveling back from Advent Children to the present, but he is sort of accessing memories. And, you know, we see this in chapter 18 when we're fighting the Whispers and the sort of the Advent Children show up, and in the bio for them, it talks about how they are the you know, manifestations from a future timeline. So there's already, you know, and it's this thing of sort of knowledge and manifestations from other points in time kind of coming to be at different points in time. And that may seem different from the original game, but it has always been here in the text in some way, shape, or form. So I don't fully see it as an entire, like, deviation, but I also am unsure about how much of it is, you know, purely the just a reimagining of these specific concepts, right? Like, I know some people have put, you know, stepped into, you know, I think it's just a full-on, you know, reimagination. It's not quite literally a sequel and whatnot, and I'm still kind of in between on that, because I think it's a little bit of both, only because there are things within Remake that kind of would not exist if it weren't some kind of more direct link into the future. Very specifically, you know, when Cloud grabs his arm, kind of a reference to geostigma, like that didn't happen in the original game. There are other moments like that where, you know, even in the final battle, you know, you're fighting Sephiroth and he mentions things like, the memories. Like there's kind of he's kind of poking and prodding Cloud for presumably what he says, you know, in the original. Well, either he's referencing killing Aerith, because sometimes he says that while he's attacking Aerith, or he's kind of poking at that line at the end of Advent Children where Cloud is like, you know, stay where you belong in my memories. I'll never be a memory, or I'll never be just a memory.
Stay where you belong. In my memories.
Oh, the memories.
Shall I give you despair?
Shall I give you despair?
On your knees.
On your knees.
I want you to beg for forgiveness.
Beg for forgiveness.
And it feels like there are things that are not, that are accessing sort of the quote unquote future, you know, and it's not just knowledge from the past, or it seems like he's able to access knowledge from the future. Cloud is having visions of the future, which just did not happen in the original game. So, you know, I on the one hand, it does seem like it's playing with the same concepts from the original game, but I do think that they were doing new things with those concepts. And that's why it's so hard to put my foot in sort of one camp or the other. You know, is it a reimagining? For the most part, it feels a lot like that, because it is playing with a lot of the concepts that are right here in the original game. But at the same time, it seems to have some kind of meta narrative point to it, that feels a little bit of a step beyond just playing with and remixing these core concepts. It does feel like there are new iterations on, they're almost creating like new story beats out of the same raw mechanics of how the world works. Like, this is how the world works. It was already established in the original game that this is how the world works, but now the remake trilogy is sort of using those mechanics in new ways. And you know, I think that's why maybe it's best that it's called a requel, and that it is a reimagining, a remake, but also kind of playing with elements of the story that wouldn't exist without the full play out of the compilation beforehand. Gave black materia to Sephiroth. Stop it. Well done. Cloud, are you alright? I gave the black materia to Sephiroth? What did I do? Tell me, Aerith. Cloud, be strong, okay? This reminds me of the moment in Remake where she says to be strong, and he does come back, he does snap himself straight. Here she's saying be strong, kind of snap yourself out of it, and he doesn't. Pivotal scene. I usually like the added sound effects of the mod. I don't think they should have sound effects, not this scene. And Cloud, you take care of yourself, so you don't have a breakdown, okay? This is gonna be, you know what the scene kind of reminds me of, just because of the physics of it and everything? I don't think it'll be the same, and obviously the context of that scene is very different. But I think it might have like similar dreamlike aesthetics to the scene with Luna Freya in Final Fantasy 15, especially given Nomura as a creative director. I really like the aesthetics of that scene. It didn't work for me emotionally because of not being as connected with what was happening in that moment and with those characters. But it was a beautiful scene, and I think it would be really cool if this scene kind of has that similar dreamlike quality to it. I could even see this being a CGI sequence. Obviously, we see a reference to the scene in Remake in Chapter 9 when Cloud sheds a tear. So she's going to interfere. Should be a difficult one, don't you think? So this presence of Sephiroth reminds me of something that came up I was watching a stream of Philip Hartshorn as he was talking about Rebirth. And one of the things he talked about, we were talking about, potential scenes that you can make. I was just in the chat, but like potential scenes that you could add in something like Rebirth. And from this point on, you don't know what happens with Aerith. You don't see her really until you get to the City of the Ancients. And it is good that, it's arguably probably best that what happens with her in the Sleeping Forest and on the way to the City of the Ancients is sort of lost to us. We don't know, right? It's good that things aren't always explained and that there is some mystery within a story, 100%. But we were talking about potential scenes, and one thing that he mentioned was it would be interesting if we get to see or get to play specifically as Aerith heading to the City of the Ancients. If we actually get to play, if there's a playable sequence of her having maybe a direct confrontation with Sephiroth on this solo journey, and we get a little bit of a sense of her understanding what she's facing. I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily want that, but there is something interesting to it, especially if you consider the idea of the two quote-unquote ancients, right? He's not really an ancient, but he, fashions himself as one because of his Jenova genetics. So that would it would just kind of be interesting, because those are really kind of the two main forces of this game. And to see them kind of have a little bit more of a head-to-head. We got a little bit of it in the highway in Remake. And I don't necessarily want to see a fight scene with them, but some kind of intellectual back and forth between these two entities, these two people that have withstood the live stream or will withstand the live stream, and have sort of a unique relationship to the planet. It would be really, 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 really interesting to potentially see that. I don't know if I want to see it, but it would be interesting to see. I know you got problems, hell, we all do. But you don't even understand yourself. But you gotta understand that there ain't no getting off of this train we're on till we get to the end of the line. Cloud, we came this far. Aren't you gonna settle up with Sephiroth? No. I'm afraid. If this keeps up, I may go crazy. I'm afraid. I do wonder how they're gonna handle this, right? They're kind of saying, oh, you got problems, everybody got problems. This is a big deal. He lost control of himself. He's been showing signs of mental illness and lack of control over himself since the beginning, since chapter 1 of Remake. So it's always been a little strange that they kind of continue to say, you're the one, come on, let's go, come on, let's go. I wonder how they handle this conflict in Rebirth, because it strains logic a little bit that they would so fully want to bring Cloud along on this journey. Obviously he's strong and all that, but he's also a liability and potentially dangerous. So I wonder how they handle this in Rebirth. You do have good friends. Interesting that they end up back in Gongaga. Right? Why Gongaga? Is it that close to the Temple of the Ancients? I'll have to look at a map. And if they do end up back in Gongaga in Rebirth after that incident in the Temple of the Ancients, an interesting place to be, considering Zack is around, especially if worlds merge in the Temple of the Ancients. If that's where the world's merging happens, with time kind of compression and timelines and all the crazy stuff happening in the temple, will Zack be here? Will Zack be here in Rebirth when we wake up in Gongaga? I don't know. Maybe. Do they meet here? Do they meet this early? I don't know. I don't think I want that, but maybe. I almost forgot how close Temple of the Ancients is to City of the Ancients. You get here in a blink of an eye. Yeah, the music here is so haunting. I think it's going to be super fascinating to see this area. Like, the imagery of all the ancient stuff is really something, I think. Like, what is this room? Right? Like, these almost look like tanning beds. I mean, I know they're like pillars. But it'd be interesting to finally get... It'd be really cool if we get a little bit more of the world lore of, like, what the city was, you know? Get a little bit more to it. In a way that we get a little bit more to the city of to the Temple of the Ancients. It would be cool to get more of this as well. What's wrong? Are you sick? Aerith is here, and so is Sephiroth. What? Sephiroth's here too. But how can you tell? The connection with Sephiroth for sure. I wonder why why he feels the connection to Aerith though. It's not an excuse. I feel it in my soul. Aerith's voice. Coming from there. How can he hear Aerith's voice? Like, I understand him hearing Sephiroth, and because of the Jenova connection. But why is he hearing Aerith? And why has he been feeling her? I wonder. Maybe because is she calling to him? But she wanted him to stay away. So that doesn't quite make sense either.
She's calling out to me. I can feel it.
We all can. So please.
God, it's gonna be... Just running past this, man. Like, running past this is gonna make every OG fan, like, feel so tense and anxious. Now this... I cannot wait to see how this looks in Rebirth. This is already a gorgeous set. I cannot wait. Genuinely, just, it's gonna be insane. It's okay, I've got it. It's not like I've lost my mind before. They have to redo this. They can't do it exactly the same. It just doesn't. Every single time I go, this happens. That jump back happens. Yeah, they need to figure out a rationale for this, or just redo it. Because he can't just come up here alone. It makes no sense. Loud. Well, actually, this brings up something that I want to mention real quick. One of the things I've been thinking about is, traditionally in writing, you have this thing called setups and payoffs. And one of the setups that they've had, seemingly, are these visions of Aerith's death. And one idea that I really liked, that I don't know if they'll do, because I don't think they're going to kill Aerith in Rebirth. But one of the ideas that I really liked, just to say it while I'm in this moment, was it would have been interesting, potentially, to... If throughout Rebirth, Cloud continues to have these visions of Aerith's death, right? And the entire, one of the things I keep talking about is we can avert fate, right? We can change things. And so it would be interesting if Cloud had this concept in his mind of just dreading this, right? Like, and here he is standing in this moment, about to do this thing, and then he stops himself. Right, like he keeps seeing the vision of him actually killing her, but he actually stops himself, and he has a moment of just celebrating, right? A moment of like, oh man, I did it, I averted the fate, and then suddenly Sephiroth comes and kills her anyway, and the player and Cloud and especially new players would be really just like taken aback by this moment and feel that sense of, why do we say we can change fate when we can't? Which was a line of a quote that was attributed to him by Square Enix in a blog post for Rebirth. So I don't think that's what's going to happen, but that would have been really messed up and kind of fascinating. So if you've been following this playthrough, you know that I've gone back and forth. I played this back in December. And it's been some time since then. I've thought more about the game and Rebirth, heard more theories about what could be happening, as I mentioned with Michael Bustamante's video, talking about the stagnant Lifestream and such. And so I actually think that we might get Aerith dying in Rebirth, and then, as Marlene said, as I said earlier, like when I jumped in earlier, we might see this scene of her waking up in this reality, but that reality not necessarily being a good thing. And so we feel this relief that she's alive, as Marlene says, when she wakes up, and, a bad man's going to kill her. But it's not going to be, given what we know about Zack's world and sort of the truth and reality of whatever that existence is, it may not be as good of a thing as it seems, because it could be one of those situations where, they talk about, in chapter 4, when Biggs explains that sort of place that Jesse thinks her dad is in, where that he'll get sucked up and just poof, be gone.
Jesse's got a theory about it. Thinks her dad's spirit is stuck now, between his body and the heart of the planet. So if we don't shut down the reactors soon,
You'll get caught up in the flow and poof.
So that is sort of the fear I think they're trying to create, is that we know, we've seen in Advent Children and so forth that Zack and Aerith sort of live on and be happy. And so the thing that may be at risk is that this stagnant reality that Sephiroth is creating may put them in peril of not existing and their spirits being lost forever. So I think that might be what they're trying to set up. And so we might get this sort of whole thing that I mentioned in terms of the setup and payoff of Cloud being, afraid of this happening and seeing visions of it happening and him doing it and then stopping himself and being relieved. But then it happening anyway, and then us then being picked back up and be like, oh my god, yes, it's all going to turn out okay because she's alive, but then also know that the reality of Zack's world is maybe not as picturesque and happy, kind of the happy ending that some people have been thinking they might, the route that they've been thinking they might take. So I think this is really fascinating, and yeah, they might end up actually doing this idea that I've been thinking about for a couple of years and really been liking, which I think would be really dramatic and interesting. It's just brutal. I spent the whole game with her. In my very first playthrough, she was always in my party. And here she is again. I had her, every opportunity I had to have her in my party, she was in my party. Stop acting as if you're sad. And there's no need to act as if you're angry either. Because, Cloud, you are... This is just the most disrespectful boss drop ever with her music in the background. I want to talk real quick. I was so caught up in the moment that I forgot to mention this, or didn't even really think about it, until while I was in the edit and I was thinking about the remake and how it sets up a lot of ideas that were in the original. And this is one that almost seems so obvious that I'm like, have I not heard people talk about it because it's so obvious, or is this actually a new thought? But I'll make this fairly quick. But there's something interesting to the format of the Jenova fight within the original game and how it mirrors the Jenova fight within the within Remake. And I think I passively kind of understood this comparison just very naturally, that you have this moment where someone gets killed, someone gets stabbed specifically, and then it cuts to a Jenova fight while you're in the middle of those emotions, and then that happens in both the original and in Remake. In the original with Aerith getting stabbed, then Jenova fight, and then in the Remake with Barret getting stabbed, and then the Jenova fight. But the key difference being the presence of the Whispers in Remake. So when you come out of the Jenova fight, you know, Barret is fine, right? Like, they save his life, they bring him back. And I think that maybe they were setting that up so that, especially for new players, they kind of like have that expectation and that anxiety in this moment, if it were to happen in Rebirth, where Aerith gets stabbed at the water altar, we go into the Jenova fight, they're kind of recalling their memories of what happened with Barret in the first game, and remembering that he came out of it totally fine. And we even see Whispers in the altar scene, right? So will players be wondering whether the Whispers will intervene in the same way, and then coming out of the Jenova fight in Rebirth, realizing that Aerith is not revived in the way that Barret is revived, and kind of having to sit in those emotions and sit in that experience of how they've changed fate, the kind of cost of destroying the Whispers, as you know, Aerith talks about on the highway. I think that's maybe why they had, because that's one of the moments in Remake where it felt a little cheap to, you know, kind of kill Barret only to bring him back. It seemed to be so they can prove that, you know, the Whispers have this almighty power to sort of like correct things, and then set up the stakes of what happens when the Whispers are gone and they can't be around to correct things. But very specifically, why stab Barret? Like, why do that moment? I still don't know if I love it executionally, but that does seem to be, if they go the route of exploring Aerith getting stabbed, going into the Jenova fight, and then having her stay dead and not being revived the way Barret was, that may be why they set that up in the first game. So it's just something interesting, something to chew on in terms of how they're taking elements from the original game and repurposing them and remixing them and sort of like playing with expectations. It seems like that was potentially what was on their minds when they built that Barret scene in Remake. Because you are a puppet. If they do something like this in Rebirth, I wonder if they'll have it with this weird Jenova-y type of voice, just to reinforce that it's Jenova technically. I'm puppet? Tifa. A part of me wanted to have like Barret here, but I always had the Barret Tifa party in every playthrough, so figured I'd have something different here. I love her reaction of just like having to run away at the end of it. Nice added sound effects here in the mod. Oh, really nice added sound effects, yeah. I don't remember this. I don't remember these sounds in the original. I don't know how Aerith tried to save the planet from the meteor. I guess now we'll never know. But we still have a chance. We must get that black materia back before Sephiroth uses it. Let's go. Yeah, I think they need to have a different endpoint, right? Like, they've talked about the Forgotten Capital, I think. Specifically, they've name-dropped the Forgotten Capital as the endpoint of Rebirth. But that ending is not a sufficient ending. And a lot of us have thought it would go to the Northern Crater, it would go to the Whirlwind Maze, because that's really the craziest part of this story. Like, that's when the story really reaches a head. And it's not very far off, right? Like, you need, I think, like another beat. You know, like, you can't end with just Cloud being like, I'm gonna go after Sephiroth. It's not gonna end here like this. It's not. They said Forgotten Capital, but the events at the Forgotten Capital are gonna be, I still think, are gonna be significantly different. I really think they're gonna be really different. I think it's probably gonna end with Cloud losing himself. I don't know how. I don't know how they're gonna do it, because it feels like they should end it with the craziness of the Whirlwind Maze, and Cloud being lost to Lifestream. But that happens still a little bit further away from this. Don't know how they're going to do it. Really don't. But I don't think it's going to end here. You know, we're not going to pick up part 3 of the Remake trilogy from here. Just not going to happen. Not going to happen. Yeah, Cetra lived in this town a long time ago. Oh, wow, a reference to Ilfalna. Her name was Ilfalna, and she knew about a lot of things. What do you mean? I heard she was abducted by the Shinra and was taken somewhere. Man, I hope they keep... So they may, whether it's this character or not, there may be like some instance whenever we get the Icicle in, which may not be in part 2. That may be a part 3 thing if we stop it for getting capital, or if they change the order of things. But so when we get here, not only will there be like records of what happens between Ilfalna and Gast, but there'll also be potentially just townsfolk who know Ilfalna, who know Aerith's mother. I kind of want to experience that with Aerith in the party. If I'm being 100% honest, like I kind of want to experience that with Aerith, rather than after her death. So that's really interesting. That, like, I don't know why I never, maybe because I didn't talk to every single NPC when I was here, in the last time I played this game, but it never really stood out to me that there would be townspeople here that would know Ilfalna. Look like our dead mothers and our dead brothers, showing us specters of their past. Fuck, this is kind of crazy lore when you really like sit and like think about it and imagine it and how it might come to life, like if they were to try to bring it to life. You know, when you just read it, you're just like thinking about it, right? It's like, oh, that you take it in. At least in past times I played this game, I just took it in as information. But now I'm like trying to visualize it, and I'm like, oh man, they could do something with this, you know? First approached as a friend, leave them, and finally gave them the virus. They can do something like this to really like approach as a friend, deceive us, and like, or if they really want to mess with us, they can actually play with this thing that in the history of the world really messed up the Cetra. And what if they use that to really mess with the party? You see, as long as Jenova exists, a planet will never be able to fully heal itself. And that, I think, is something that they should tap into in the long game of the Remake trilogy, because they've never fully addressed it within the original. They never fully addressed it within the compilation. Like, actually finally taking down Jenova and cleansing the Lifestream as like a final point in this trilogy, I think would be really good, because up to now, it's this open kind of gaping hole in the entire thing. Like, yes, they kind of saved the planet, but Jenova, as far as I know, is never fully eradicated from it. It's never fully removed from the planet. And I think it leaves the door open when Jenova's back. When Jenova is still infecting the planet, it leaves the door open for things like Advent Children, for things like Lifestream White and Lifestream Black, and Sephiroth coming back again over and over, never being a memory. Like, let's get some finality to the story, you know? Like, let's finally end Final Fantasy VII, right? Like, let's get to an Evangelion rebuilds, you know, 3.33, 3.0 plus 1.0. Like, let's get all the way there. Let us actually put a final endpoint on this world, this story, not just the characters, right? It's not just about having like some moment at the very end where at the end of the original game, it flashes to all the characters and then sort of like it's vague what happens to the characters. And I think there's this conception that we're gonna, like, in the Remake trilogy, it's gonna come to this final conclusion that gives us a quote-unquote happy ending with sort of a montage of all the characters and stuff, and that may happen, but the more important thing is that it ends this conflict, this crisis of the planet, right? Like, that it ends this thing that sets everything in motion. I don't know, like, that's what's on my mind right now. As I think about a potential long game, as I think about, like, why they're changing it and, like, what Bugenhagen was talking about in Cosmo Canyon, what Sephiroth talks about in the Rebirth trailers of like, or rather not Sephiroth, but just the titles where it says like, the world will be saved, but will you? Like the actual, what is the end here? You know, is it just beating Sephiroth temporarily, or is it something greater? If you think about going to the northern limits, you better take that map on the wall. What nerve, you already tore down the map? Of course I fucking did, bitch. I'm a gamer. Of course I did, bitch. I'm a gamer. Seeing a place like this makes you realize how awesome nature is. But if anyone ever told me to live here, I'd tell them to, you know. I'll tell you one thing, though. I'd change things around and make it better. I guess Midgar is the total opposite of this place. When you think of it that way, the Shinra doesn't seem too bad. Huh, I don't know why. I never really realized his dialogue. He's like, you know, because obviously On the Way to a Smile, he ends up going and like becoming a fucking oil tycoon. Not really, but he's like, he does start to go for oil, which seemed strange. But I guess there's a little bit of a hint of him like thinking that you do need power in some way. It's a bit of a stretch for him to be like, I guess it's him seeing how, you know, this utopia that he has in his mind of getting rid of Shinra and their electricity, you know, if you're just living like this, if you really are truly living on the land, it's just a lot, it's just not a very pleasant experience. So for him to kind of at least be thinking about, it's just the start of him like questioning how much he really is against the concept of like energy. You know, obviously he doesn't want the planet to die. But I think it's him starting to get the wheels turning in his head in terms of at the end of the game when he says, you know what, I really did it for myself. I did it because I was selfish. You know, I didn't really do it truly because I cared about the planet. Even though he probably cared that mattered a bit to him, it's very much more selfishly driven in a way of just wanting revenge on Shinra. Ugh. The hell am I saying? The Shinra are not bad. Let's see, he's like, well, what the hell am I saying? It's because it's not really about the Shinra, it's more about him realizing the motivation for his, you know, all of his actions against Shinra. I always loved how they did this transition also, as you're like running up over the thing and it pulls in just like during the train animation. It looks a little janky in this sort of modded version, but Shit. Man, this would be such an awesome ending point. I know they said, like, they're ending at Forgotten Capital, but God, this looks so cool. You're going after Sephiroth, aren't you? Like, this feels like an endgame area, man. This feels more like an endgame area than Forgotten Capital. It does. Like, I prefer this ending place conceptually. Like, just maybe the Forgotten Capital stuff that really is the end point, like, maybe that shit is great. Maybe they're saying, like, you'll go up to the Forgotten Capital, but, like, that's not the exact ending. I don't know. But, because this feels like an end zone, doesn't it? Like, this feels like an end area, and the shit that happens here is so crazy and sets up such an amazing cliffhanger. I guess they're just undoing that, or I don't know, man. Like them confirming Forgotten Capital kind of blows a little bit, just because it's like this is a story beat in my mind, but we'll see. The Jenova reunion. Not Sephiroth? You mean all this time it wasn't Sephiroth we've been after? I love that reveal also. Like, that feels like something to have at the end of this game, right? Fuck. Fucking bitch. What? Dude, how? Thank God. Cloud's not here. I wonder who this is. Stop, Sephiroth. And I love how, like, Tifa immediately knows. Tifa immediately knows. Why are you so scared? Don't worry about me. I'm alright. No matter how confused I am, I'll never believe a word that Sephiroth says. It's true that sometimes I can't figure out who I am. There's a lot of things muddled up in my memories. So I wanted to talk about two things with the scene. So first, this bit of dialogue that just played of, it's true that I can't remember who I am sometimes. You know, there's a lot of things muddled up in my memories. That actually reminds me of the, and it didn't click until recently for two reasons. One, we just got through, the demo just dropped this week as I'm editing this. So we just played a portion of the Nibelheim flashback. And Final Fantasy V had this really good video showing a kind of picture-in-picture comparison between the events in Rebirth's version of the Nibelheim incident and the original game. And you could see, you know, the bits of dialogue were very, very clearly it was almost the same bits of dialogue in a lot of the scenes, just the actual words themselves changed. And we've seen a lot of that all throughout Remake and a lot of the scenes that they've recreated. But it really stood out to me just seeing it again in that format because it was so fresh in my mind. You know, the Rebirth demo experience, and then seeing sort of the OG side by side, and it immediately made me think. It just lodged in my head, and then I watched that literally today as I'm editing. And then here I was editing this scene, and I read this line of dialogue, and I remembered that these words are actually pretty similar to what's said by Cloud in one of the Rebirth trailers. I think it's the theme song trailer. He has that moment where he talks about saying that, you know, he doesn't really remember who he is, and he has a hard time remembering things that other people, you know, have an easy time remembering. Like he forgets. There's like things he knows that he shouldn't know, and so he's kind of already addressing them. So it's kind of similar to the things that he says here in the scene, but here in the scene, he is clearly just talking a little bit differently, right? The words themselves are a bit different, just like that comparison that Final Fantasy V did of the original game and the Nibelheim demo, the flashback for Rebirth. So I had originally thought that line of dialogue from that trailer was sort of new dialogue. It was like a more heightened awareness from Cloud that we hadn't seen in the original game, but it does happen in this moment. And I think one of the reasons why I kind of didn't recognize it was all the conversations that we've had around, you know, the developer saying, and I mentioned it here all throughout this portion of the playthrough, that we're going to go up to the Forbidden Capital, right? We're not going to go past that technically. Well, they didn't say we're not going to go past that, but the Whirlwind Maze, the Northern Crater here, is past that part of the original game. So, or past that part that they had said of the Forgotten Capital. So in my mind, I was assuming that we weren't going to get to this. Now you'll see in a bit, I think within the scene, I kind of speculate that maybe we get a version of the scene, just maybe in a different place. Or maybe we even reach here because events have been remixed and we end up in the crater, and this scene happens either before the Northern Forbidden Capital or kind of alongside the Forbidden Capital, some sort of way in which this can also still happen, so that we do get we get the death of Aerith, we get the full breaking of Cloud, the loss of Cloud, all at one time. And that would be a way that, because this dialogue does seem like it matches up with that trailer. So maybe I was discounting this too much, and maybe we do see a version of the scene in Rebirth, and we may have already heard some of the words from that scene in Rebirth within that Rebirth trailer. No, that's not true, Cloud. What's not? I'm the same Cloud you grew up with, aren't I? That's not what I mean. I don't know how to say it. Cloud, I need some time. Just give me a little time. Cloud, don't blame Tifa. The ability to change one's looks, voice, and words is the power of Jenova. Inside of you, Jenova has merged with Tifa's memories, creating you. I wonder if like this is actually where, because they kind of show in the trailer Sephiroth explaining Jenova, right, and her ability to, as he's saying here, ability to like manifest people essentially, out of people's memories, to show you people you love, you hate, right, as he says in the trailer. So I wonder if that trailer dialogue, because that trailer dialogue was paired with the Junon cargo ship, now entertainment ship, like cruise ship, as we know it. That was paired with that boss fight. But obviously dialogue can be spliced out from one scene to another. So that dialogue might actually be a revised version of the Whirlwind Maze dialogue. So maybe we get the Whirlwind Maze in Rebirth. Because that's this dialogue. It might even be here that he does the "I killed her," you know? So who is she? Like, this might be all part, that might all be part of dialogue that's in the new version of the Whirlwind Maze, which could be in Rebirth. It's like, I hope is in Rebirth. It makes sense for it to be in the second game. Like, the complete breaking of Cloud should happen in this game. I know they say going all the way to the Forbidden Capital, but I think even if they remix it, even if they put Forbidden Capital at the very end and they do this even earlier, like he messes with his head even earlier, I think this scene and the complete breaking of Cloud fits best in part 2 of a trilogy. How did I join Soldier? Why? Why can't I remember? That's right. I didn't have to worry about it because I was... Cloud? Let's go, Tifa. I'm alright. I'm gonna check the Biaka's translation of the scene, because as I understand it, it's a bit more of a more accurate translation. So here is the scene in the Whirlwind Maze, and as you can see, Sephiroth is saying, like, you know, you're a puppet in a... But he says, the world I have shown you is the truth. Illusions are what you yourself created. Interestingly, use the word world here. I can't remember if he said it during the actual illusion scene, but it's interesting because he used the word world. So I wonder if, like, this is another early precedent for the idea of, like, worlds merging, right? Like, the world that is correct, the world that is truth, the world that is fact, with the world that is fiction. We need to prepare for the inspection anyway. It's like they were dropped out of a reality, right? Like, is this them being dropped out of the world of an illusion, like that flash of white? Like, they came out of nowhere. Even Scarlet's addressing it here. I never really noticed, or I never really thought about it too much. Just how out of nowhere they came. Maybe you could explain that as, like, Sephiroth taking them to the singularity and then back into reality. I wonder. Hey, where did you come from? Don't know. This place is gonna get rough. Better leave things to me and get out of here while you still can. Just real quick, I wanted to talk about the scene again while I was editing. Something else jumped out to me. So as I talked about as I was playing the game, it really kind of stood out to me, the fact that you see clouds that just appear, right? And I'm just very curious how this mechanic will work in Rebirth if they do this scene or a version of the scene, even if it's not necessarily exactly here, if they do it elsewhere, for example. Just because what we've seen in the Remake trilogy so far is they have a tendency of doing things that were in the original but you didn't notice, or were just so differently depicted in the original that you didn't really realize that it's kind of the same thing. So, you know, I'm just very curious how they handle this, and if it does have any relationship to the idea of the different worlds that Sephiroth hinted at, or if they're pulled into a singularity of sorts, like they were at the end of Remake, where they were sort of like pulled into another reality and then seemingly dropped back into the regular real world as we know it. So I'm very curious how they pull this off. And I think the mechanics of this are going to be pretty trippy too, because you'll see in a little bit that Tifa is trying to yell over the scene, and Barrett is there, and he's talking to Cloud, but seemingly neither Cloud nor Barrett can even hear what Tifa is yelling in the background, and nobody else really kind of notices even Tifa's existence, or in this case Red's. Like, it seems that the focus is solely on Cloud, and in fact, in this scene, you'll see that they all turned around to Cloud, even though both Tifa and Red were there where they were focused before Cloud showed up. But despite the fact that suddenly Red appeared and Tifa appeared in this scene, at least to us as the players, they only noticed Cloud showing up. So I do think that we might see some kind of funky stuff happening with the fabric of reality and the way that they depict the scene, if they do it either in Rebirth or in Part 3. This is where the reunion is happening. Where everything begins and ends. Where everything begins and ends. And if you look at the edge of creation, that scene, I think it describes those like two universes, those opposing universes on either side of the edge of creation as like beginning and ending. I never lived up to being Cloud. Tifa, maybe one day you'll meet Cloud. This is perfect. It means that my experiment was a complete success. What number were you? Where's your tattoo? Mr. Hojo, I don't have a number. You didn't give me one because you said I was a failed experiment. And technically, I was going to say this when Hojo was talking just now, but like, he recognizes Cloud at the end of Remake. Even comments out on like, in a similar way, the experiment thing after he falls. So when he sees Cloud here, he's probably not going to be as confused in Part 3 if this scene happens, or Part 2 if this scene happens. Got that Sephiroth in me, got that dog in me, got that beagle in me, got that terrier in me. Yeah, such a better ending. It's Rebirth, man. It's the moment of Rebirth. Like, it's so hard for me to conceptualize them not ending Rebirth here. But they've said Forgotten Capital. So maybe they remix it, make Forgotten Capital a part of all of this. All the things you didn't know that you should, and other things you shouldn't know that you did. I wanted to make sure. Then I heard you were going far away. So the translation on this line of dialogue, I'm probably going to go forward again one more and then bring it up. It's interesting. I didn't want that. I didn't know what to do, so I thought I needed more time. So we're going to pull real quick. So this is the scene that we're in right now. And in this version of the script, which I've been told is a more accurate version of the Japanese dialogue, Tifa says here, there was something strange about what you were saying, yeah. But anytime I tried to figure it out, but anytime I brought it up, it was like some darkness came over you. You were drifting somewhere far away. This makes more sense than the dialogue that we're seeing, where she's saying, like, but I heard you were going away. Like, here she's saying that she actually did try to broach it with him. She did try to talk to him about what was going on, about like the fact that he wasn't correct about his memory. But whenever she started to bring it up, he started to like drift away. Like, it felt like she was losing her grasp on him in a more like metaphorical, mental sense, not like a physical sense, like he was like physically in leave, which is how the dialogue in the original makes it sound. So that's interesting because it makes it even more believable why she didn't say anything, because just anytime I brought it up, like, she talked about it, but every time she brought it up, it was like some darkness came over you. And she actually, there's a hint of her kind of seeing that darkness in Remake. When after you beat up the Shinra soldiers who've kind of detained Johnny, she says, you know, I see something dark in you, basically. There's something different about you. And that's kind of what this is talking about right here. So in the Remake trilogy, it seems that they're going to do a better job of getting you to understand Tifa's point of view. Obviously, we've seen her in the trailers talk openly to Aerith about the situation. So we're going to see more of her kind of fears about this stuff, which will be really interesting. I've been waiting to see this scene in the mod. Definitely smoother, a little smoother. Shit. What are you gonna get by executing us? You are to be executed for causing this situation. People are ignorant. They'll feel better as long as someone is punished. I take back what little praise I had for this damn jackass. Well, enjoy your last moments together. They can actually do this better in part 3. Like, if they end up doing something like this in part 3, maybe you can have a little bit of an opening where you're developing a little bit of a relationship with Rufus. Or maybe they can cover some of that ground in Rebirth, right? Like, it's a little quick to just like, I want you all to come with me, and then we go with Rufus. I know we kind of don't have much of a choice because of the situation in the crater. So getting in the high wind makes a lot of sense. But it would be cool if there is a little bit of a coming around to Rufus, and then it's like, no, he's gonna execute you. Like, that feeling of betrayal on, you know, that you would feel toward him if you start to actually build a little bit of a relationship, a little bit of rapport with him. So I want to talk real quick about this line of dialogue in particular, and what I was trying to talk about during the live playthrough. But there is this interesting thing happening with Rufus as a character where, even for me in the original game, as we were going throughout the game, I almost didn't have too much animosity toward Rufus. I'm not sure why. I think he just has a little bit of a charisma to him. And you do sort of sense this like back and forth with his father. And so actually by the end, I remember very first playthrough when Rufus died, or it looked like he died, in the weapon attack on Midgar. I remember kind of being a little bit bummed about it because I thought he was an interesting character. And obviously all throughout the compilation, they've continued to build up Rufus. You know, he's a big part of Before Crisis. He's a big part of Advent Children. He has practically his own chapter in On the Way to a Smile. So he's really been a character they've invested in, and in Remake, you know, he makes a big entrance and has a really big presence in that game. So I'm actually really looking forward to, you know, what even this line of dialogue from the original could be trying to get at in terms of creative intent, because this idea of Barrett saying, you know, I take back what little praise I had for this damn jackass. We never really saw what caused this line of dialogue right here in terms of this praise that he has for this damn jackass. Like, there's no real moment in which there's clearly, for the player going through the original experience, at least from what I remember just playing it, that, you know, makes you think, oh yeah, I can understand why Barrett says this line of dialogue. At what point does he have praise for Rufus? I may be misremembering something that happened earlier in the original playthrough, but really no specific thing comes to mind. So, you know, just given how they've expanded on Rufus all throughout the compilation and then in Remake, it sets up this line a little more directly. It gives more potential for this to come through, and for maybe there is a little bit of a relationship developing with Rufus. Obviously, he's very important to the fate of the planet, which is why he's seemingly able to see the Whispers at the end of the original game. So he has a big role to play, I think, in Remake and Rebirth. And so I think we're going to get a lot more of Rufus, and have a potential relationship with Rufus that could then lead to this moment where it feels like more of a betrayal than what they could pull off, given how they portrayed him in the original. You can't imagine how this looked in 1997. This was the most absurd, just graphical feast, visual feast. Like, this was mind-blowing. Having this kind of kaiju moment in 3D. Speed 70 knots, weapon closing in, no good, it's attacking. Camera angles, everything. Katase popped off with those angles. You gotta give him credit on the scene direction. Assuming it was him, you know, there were other scene directors, but he was like the director, and he was coming from a cinematic background. Okay, time for plan B. Let's run to the airport. Why the airport? And leave Tifa there? Trust me, we gotta take a chance. And interesting how they have this moment with, like, Cait Sith, where I think this could be even better. You know, if we're still, like, undecided on Cait Sith, and it's like, he's telling us, we gotta go to the airport, and we gotta just get out of here. You're gonna be like, no, we can't go anywhere. We gotta get Tifa. Like, there is obviously playing it now, there's not really any of that fear of, like, what is Cait Sith up to, but when we experience this in the trilogy, whenever this does happen, we are going to be, or new players at least, are going to be like, can we trust this guy? I think it's this direction, and that is incredibly cool. Wrong direction. Where are you going? The airport's the other way. It was like, you want to go to an airport? Like, how is that going to help her? She's stuck in a room. You know, like, it's going to be intense. So epic, man. Whew. This music is gonna be, this point is gonna be so sick. But I want to hear rebelled. Listen, okay, why they rebelled. Working on the High Winds, we spent every day slaving under Heidegger. Whenever he got yelled at by the president, he'd immediately taken out of the crew, which we did see in Costa del Sol. We put up with this all the time, even when he beat us. We were heading towards the North Cave. Everyone, including the president and Scarlet, got on. And with them, I saw Sid, a legendary pilot. He was looking around the inside of the ship, looking really, nostalgic. He even talked to us. I couldn't believe it. I was so impressed. He was every bit as warm-hearted as we'd always heard. And this is interesting because this is prior to his whole, arc. And this goes back to what I was talking about with Sid not necessarily being how people envision him, right? Everyone remembers Sid as, this asshole, jackass, jerk, cursing prick. But, here, this guy is saying, and this is before we've really spent a lot of time with Sid, before we've gone to space with him, before he's gone, reconciled with Shira, this is before all of that. And this staff member is describing he came on here and he was every bit as warm-hearted as we've always heard. So even his sweet act in the trailer, which may come off as a little weird, and like I said, maybe, there's a lot of cool theories that maybe he's doing it because he's trying to get something out of the party. But either way, there is precedence for, and I've mentioned without saying the word precedence, I've mentioned it that there's a lot of things in the original game, from the evacuation of Sector 7 to a lot of different things that I didn't realize were in the original game, but were in the original game. And Michael Bustamante, I think his name is, did a really great video kind of breaking down his theory of what he thinks is going on with the entire Remake trilogy. And in that, he talked about precedence. There's so much precedence for elements that we've seen in Remake that do exist in the original if you search them out, if you look hard enough. And this is another example of that. This guy, this crew member, is talking about the warm-hearted Sid that he had always heard about. He was so impressed. He treated everyone so much better than anyone at Shinra, better than the president, better than Heidegger, better than Scarlet. They all treated them like shit. But this Sid guy came in and treated them like human beings. And so I think there's something to the Cid character that we are going to see, an element of him that's going to be more accurate, actually, to what the writers had intended. Cid said that if he had the high wind, things would be a lot easier. Now here we are, off to save the planet. It's true, he really overwhelmed me. And look, maybe it was a little bit of an act. Really, maybe he was putting on a bit of a front so that he can kind of get the thing that he wanted. So that is established behavior for Cid. After the North Cave, we went to Junon, and I started screaming, "Fire! Fire!" In the middle of all the commotion, we stole his ship from the Shinra. That's how it happened. Just a minor mutiny against our leaders. But Baron, you were captured by Heidegger. We waited 7 days for a chance to rescue you guys before we finally could. So thanks to our successful mission, we were able to see you again. And I wonder if we'll get to see this mission now, right? Like, I do think it's arguably even better that it happened the way that it happened in the original game. Like, I wouldn't have wanted to, like, cut to, you know, after the Northern Cave, I wouldn't have wanted to cut to this sort of, like, infiltration plan by Cid and Cait Sith and everyone to get to the High Wind. I wouldn't have wanted that. It wouldn't, like, the pacing would have been off. Like, it's better to cut straight to Junon, to Tifa, and Barrett locked up and trying to escape. You know, not like, it's better for sure. But I wonder if there's a way they can do it within the scope of Remake that allows for this sort of like rescue mission to actually play through this rescue mission rather than just getting it as exposition talking to a crew member. Hope I didn't bore you with too much of that long story. Not at all. You made me talk a lot about it, actually. Shit, that's so good. Just when he thought he was cool, he'd do some damn fool thing. Then when he thought he was smart, he'd show you how stupid he was. I like that line. Well, as long as you stay alive, you just might see him again someday. So cheer up, sis. I'll be able to see him someday. See, like, Cid is consoling her, essentially. Like, people have this vision of Cid as his dick. And he's not. Yeah, the sound of the world. When Meteor is summoned, the sound of the world is so crazy. Wait for that. There it is. Mad chocobo ladies, bro. You aren't hard enough to get to, are you? Don't reach in front of me. Everything in the store is mine. So it's like this crazy hoarder lady will probably be a storyline. She's running, like, you keep running into her around the town as she's trying to, like, stock up ahead of the apocalypse. That's funny. Probably has no idea who or where he is now. Can't even speak. He's literally miles away from us. This is making me think, right? Like, not that, like, when Zack dies, when they're where they are outside of Midgard, there's no real, like, Mako exposure there. But this, like, concept of being miles away, right? Like, he's present, but he's not really here, right? Like, his mind, like, where is his mind? You know, where is his spirit? Where is Jesse's dad's mind? Where's Jesse's dad's spirit? They talked about it, right? Like being between, you know, Jesse thinking that maybe it's stuck between the planet and the Lifestream, or whatever she said in Chapter 4 of Remake. And obviously when Tifa and Cloud are in the Lifestream, they go into some formed place, right? And they're able to go through their memories in different locations. I'm not saying that Zack is in the Lifestream necessarily, but there is this concept of some kind of tangible world and how you can be present in the real world, but outside of it also. Like he's asleep in the trailer for Rebirth. No, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. And the huge materia. I mean, the huge materia, I've heard about it. When a small materia nears a larger one, there should be some reaction. I'm certain of it. That's why we're using the materia power in our fight. Interesting that they have this, like, this concept that our materia reacting to huge materia. I wonder if I totally forgot that was even something that was written in this game. I wonder how they'll explore that in the remake trilogy. I imagine they will, because they explore everything. Sorry, it's just something and it broke. You mean the one to that door? That's a good one. Of course there's no key. It's a wall. Painted a door on it. Say what? You drew that door on the wall? That's right, we drew it on there to make it feel like you could pass through to another world. Sorry to have surprised you. It's not much of an apology, but please take this. That's such a random, weird thing to make it feel like you crossed over to another world. Aww. Will that have some weird relationships in the Rebirth trilogy? Thank you for the cursed ring. Son of a bitch. We're hoping to pass through a door like... We're hoping to pass through a door like that, one into another world. I feel you all might be able to make my dreams come true. Weird, isn't it? What the fuck? Huh? Coming. There. Coming. I totally forgot that he has this moment where he's kind of not conscious, but like he's connected to something. What did you say, Cloud? Tifa! Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The scene. Huh? What? Who? Who is it? I can't hear. Wait a minute. I know nothing about that. No, it's not me. I never do anything like that. What is she reacting to specifically here? I mean, I know the sound effects are a little different because of the mod, but there were sound effects. No, stop it. Stay back. Somebody help, please. Cloud, help me. I mean, Lifestream Black. And then Aerith brings us into Lifestream White. Where am I? So, what I think is happening here, and I want to explain that kind of notion that I mentioned just a minute ago in the clip of Lifestream Black and Lifestream White. So, in this scene, we see Tifa in this sort of just this blackness, this darkness. And she's, I think she's having a conversation potentially with Sephiroth's sort of malevolent consciousness within the live stream. Here we see her saying like, no, stop it, stay back. Like something is sort of pestering her and approaching her and kind of like attacking her. And then I think what happens is that Aerith may actually pull her out of that and save her in this moment. Kind of like actually, interestingly enough, in Remake, there's that scene where Aerith is being surrounded by the Whisperers in the Shinra building, and Tifa kind of pulls her out. So kind of that might actually be an interesting visual reference to what maybe even be happening here, though that's not confirmed. So there have been questions about this over the years in terms of like, how is Tifa, you know, how does Tifa and Cloud even survive this? How are they not further Mako poisoned? They asked the developers officially. The developers kind of evaded the question. There was a little novella called The Maiden Who Travels the Planet. And it's sort of unofficial. I think the story may have been influenced by Nojima, who's the writer of FF7, but not necessarily written by him or something like that. There's something to, and I wish I looked it up before I wrote this, but I know for a fact that in general, people sort of question how canon it is. So take this with a bit of a grain of salt. But essentially, within that story, it explains that Aerith kind of protected Cloud and Tifa while they were in the live stream. So there is potentially some explanation or some precedent within the lore of that happening. You know, maybe they now make that officially canon if that story, The Maiden Who Travels the Planet, isn't quote unquote official. But that's all background for some interesting things that are said in Lifestream White and Lifestream Black that kind of like give you a sense of what might be happening here in this scene. So in Lifestream White, it says this about Aerith's awareness of Sephiroth's consciousness in the live stream. It was too dangerous to come into contact with him. She stayed far away from his cruel consciousness. That made it harder to discern his intentions, but the one time she did stray dangerously close, she learned something important. His memories of Cloud formed the core of his will. And in another part of her story, it talks about Aerith trying to approach Sephiroth again, really to kind of like try to figure out what his plans are. She's sensing he's doing things within the live stream. And so as she gets closer, Sephiroth notices her, and this is what it says. He sensed her and gave chase, but then soon stopped. She could feel his mocking laughter behind her as he fled. So he kind of approaches her, mocks her, kind of like has this interaction with her. And I wonder if that's similar to the interaction that he's having with Tifa. And the reason why I bring up the colors so specifically also is that in the third entry of Lifestream Black, which is Sephiroth's version of the story, or side of the story, it says, you know, we learn about where the namesake of the Lifestream Black comes from. So in it, Sephiroth recognizes that his actions on the planet are having a negative effect on the souls in the Lifestream, and this is what he says. Quote, perhaps he would be able to do something amusing with it, like, for instance, turn the entire Lifestream black. So, hence sort of the names Lifestream Black, Lifestream White. And we kind of see this color representation within Remake, where Sephiroth at the end of the highway makes that rift in the Whispers, and it forms this sort of like black circle, or this black portal, and then Aerith kind of turns it white. So they've played with this, these visuals already within Remake. There's a moment also when Cloud is falling down into the church for the first time, which is visually kind of similar to how it plays out in OG, where kind of the reverse happens, where he's falling within this sort of like white world, but then at the end, when Sephiroth comes in, it turns black. So there's been a lot of like symbology with these references to sort of the white world of Aerith, and sort of the black world of Sephiroth, that sort of like dark evil sort of presence. So, you know, that could be something that's happening here. You know, especially given that, you know, coming out of this, she's kind of being, you know, taunted and teased and having a conversation maybe with a malevolent Sephiroth consciousness, and then being sort of ushered into this sort of safe space with Cloud, where it's largely sort of encompassed in sort of a white light. So that could be what's happening here. And I wonder if they'll explore that and show that a little more vividly within the Remake trilogy. All right, now I'm very curious how that translation. I love the concept of everything that they did there. Let's bring up the site. I love the concept of like everything they brought up there. The thing that I thought was interesting was I always thought like the memories and like the difference between a secret, basically. Like that's what she's talking about, and I wonder how the translation will say it. But the Starry Night Sky, you mentioned that first. You remembered it. So she's pointing out, and the way that are translated in the official translation that we're playing right now is a little different, but she's saying like, you mentioned that first. You mentioned the that memory before I did. So it can't be based on something I said. Which is interesting because that is true. And even in Remake, that happens. Like he remembers it first in chapter 4 without Tifa anywhere nearby, and then he mentions it to her when they meet up at night. Was that the first day you came into my room? Interestingly, in Remake, they start to set up this element. And if you look at the script of that flashback that happens in Chapter 1, when Jesse asks you about Tifa and if you guys are close, it cuts to, like, Cloud walking through Nibelheim, and, like, Tifa yells out to him. But that's not a real memory. In fact, in the translation of the script of Remake, here you can see that you know Tifa, right? Just out of curiosity, how close are you guys? And this was from the Material Ultimania Plus. The Materials Ultimania Plus that came out in Japan has been retranslated by Shinra Archaeology Department. And I think there's an official US release coming out eventually? I'm not sure. A flashback, Nibelheim 13 years ago. An amused-looking Tifa is surrounded by young boys A, B, and C, all 8 years old. The camera shows Cloud's point of view. He himself is not depicted. Cloud leaves his home and heads for the bridge at the entrance to the village, catching out of the corner of his eye the 4 cheerful-looking children hanging out in front of Tifa's house. It's not like he has anything in particular to take care of at his destination. Tifa takes notice of Cloud, i.e. the camera. She gets to her feet energetically. Tifa, 8 years old, Cloud. I'm sure you remember this scene. What's most important is what comes in the next page. Tifa rushes toward Cloud, and the other boys look on dumbfounded. Tifa, 8 years old, pretending to be angry. Ignoring me again? The above is a memory that Cloud's unconscious is modifying in the moment. In reality, Tifa didn't actually take notice of it. Like, as we find out in this scene here in the original, Tifa and him didn't really have that kind of a relationship, right? She's talking about it, he's talking about it here, that he never really been to her room before, right? She's asking, was this the first day you came into my room? They didn't really know each other that well, and it's established here in this scene. But it's there in Remake also, so they're starting to play with their actual relationship dynamics, and I'm very curious how they explore and build that up in the Remake trilogy. Now that you mention it, I don't recall you ever being in my room. And in the, and obviously traces the 2 paths, which I highly recommend. They go into this, they go into their childhood relationship and what that was like, and how they didn't really talk to each other, but they, at least Tifa thought a lot about Cloud. And Cloud was kind of played a role in her life, kept finding her lost cat whenever she lost it, things like that. Thought they were all stupid. What? You're all childish, laughing at every little stupid thing. Such a contrast to the way Zack is, right? Zack is such a childlike energy, but Cloud is, even as a kid, was very mature and sort of put off by that kind of energy. Really wanted to play with everyone, but you never let me in the group. And later, I started thinking I was different. And I've never thought about it before, but there is something interesting here to, like, Cloud thinking he was different to the way that Sephiroth thinks of himself as different. I don't know if they ever really, like, played directly into that dynamic and that similarity between them, but there is that kind of similarity of Sephiroth growing up thinking he's different from everyone else, and Cloud growing up thinking he's different from everyone else. Sephiroth thinking of it more because of his superhuman abilities, and Cloud thinking more of it because of his isolation and, like, anti or social awkwardness. Okay, there is something I really want to talk about with this scene in particular that I think speaks to why I love Final Fantasy VII so much and why it's always resonated with me so much. And it's because of this moment, weirdly enough. And, you know, it's only really come to me, obviously I'm in the middle of editing the video, so it's only really come to me after even further reflection on the entire story, rewatching it again through this replay, through editing this replay, and it sort of really hit me while I was sort of like in the middle of editing. And I think what's so important about Cloud's character and why FF7 resonates so much, at least for me personally, is that I think there's an important life lesson here through the lens of Cloud's character. And it's that we often lie to ourselves, right? And it's not just lie to ourselves in terms of the story and plot of Final Fantasy VII in terms of Cloud being an unreliable narrator, but it's more than that, it's deeper than that. And it's rooted kind of in this line right here, of I really wanted to play with everyone, but you never let me in the group, right? Like, Cloud certainly is manipulated all throughout the game, but there's more than just that sort of manipulation coming from others. I talked in one of my videos about why they're spoiling the truth of Cloud's past within Remake, how seemingly they're giving that away, even within the demo, right? If like, it's not very difficult to see sort of the hints that Cloud, of who the real Cloud is, as you see the soldier laying on the ground and he's reaching out, and you hear and you see it's attributed to the Shinra trooper, starting to say mom. And I've even seen streamers and players, YouTubers who only played Remake, haven't played Crisis Core, haven't played anything, who've picked up on that line and are starting to put puzzle pieces together and starting to realize that Cloud isn't exactly who he says he is, and maybe Cloud is the trooper that was on the ground. As I was talking about within that video about why they're spoiling the truth about Cloud's past, it really seems clear. It really seemed clear even then that they were setting it up for people to figure that part of it out. But there's more to it than that. And one of the things within it that I was kind of disturbed by was, when you look back at why Final Fantasy VII worked so well, it seems to be because of the story of Cloud discovering who he is. And this was covered within the original games, sort of like this story overview, this introduction for FF7 that was included in some piece of material, I think in Japan. And in it said, quote, "One mercenary for hire must look amidst the lies and deception and find the man he is within." And that really is a journey of FF7, like going through, all the lies that are told to Cloud from Sephiroth, from his own past, his memories, and him figuring out who exactly he is and making his way through that and finding who he is. And interestingly enough, in that video, I also brought up Evangelion, the anime, because so many people have compared it to Final Fantasy VII Remake because of the way that it seemingly remixes its original story. There is, if you don't know, there is Evangelion as an anime from the 90s that was then remade in the 2000s, and it's called the Rebuild series of movies, and I mentioned it before even in this playthrough. And it's similar to Remake in that the rebuilds themselves are kind of like the original show, but then it deviates wildly, especially in the second, third, and fourth rebuild movies. But there's interestingly another similarity between FF7 and Evangelion that kind of surprised me a little bit, especially when looking at it through the lens of this line of dialogue of like, I really wanted to play with everyone, but you never let me in the group. And that is because within Evangelion, the main character is just doesn't really believe that people love him, and it manifests in sort of this depression and whatnot, and and sort of seems to be a story kind of about that. Even the main character isn't fully kind of aware of that. The audience isn't really fully aware of exactly what's happening with the character and why he is the way he is until pretty late in the show, and I won't go into any details because I don't want to spoil it at all, because I think it's amazing and you should definitely watch it. But it's very much, you realize sort of late in the show, there's an episode that really explores the main character's sort of perception of other people's perception of him. So it really has to do with like your own personal self-conception. And you come to realize as the audience that the main character sort of sees himself differently than kind of everyone else in the show. Like, you having this sort of outside perspective, you're seeing the impact of this character on everyone, on the story, on the world. But the main character himself doesn't really realize his role and how much he means to everyone. And that's about as deep as I'm going to go into it without going into any kind of spoilers. But there's, so in a lot of ways, it's kind of the opposite of main character syndrome, really toxic personalities out in the world that sort of like see everything, see themselves as the most important people out there, and kind of like don't really have any empathy or consideration of other people. It's very much the sort of opposite of that. And, you know, we even see it manifested in that scene from chapter 4 when Cloud is heading to his room, and then he then talks to Tifa. It's, you know, after he goes on the whole journey with Jesse and the Avalanche crew. And if you stop at her door and go to interact with it, there's a moment where Cloud says to himself and the player, like, you know, she's probably asleep. Or like, forget it, she's probably asleep, something like that. And while that's generally just, you know, a thoughtful, you know, way to think about it, it's late at night, you know, he doesn't want to bother her. You could also read something else into that of like him not thinking she would even want to see him. You know, it's like, she's probably sleeping, you know, never mind, you know, it's like, who am I? It doesn't really matter. And so when he goes into his room a little bit after that, while he's sort of like laying down about to go to sleep, Tifa shows up. Because Tifa is thinking about him. You know, Tifa is, you know, would have wanted to see him, but he didn't really see it himself that way. And those are sort of like the nasty sort of thoughts that you can allow yourself to have when you're truthfully pretty insecure. And, you know, there's a powerful lesson in that Tifa does care. Like, she was probably waiting out. She was looking for him, right? And he didn't want to sort of like impose himself in that moment, but she would have welcomed it. And I think there's a powerful lesson in that for Cloud. There's a powerful lesson in that for me, even, you know, I've gone through a lot of my life kind of feeling that way, of not really seeing my own value in the way that other people sort of perceive it. And it's only been in recent years that I've kind of like understood, you know, how my friends and family sort of like see me and value me and love me and whatnot. And it's probably getting way too personal. But, you know, but it's one of the reasons why I've become more comfortable, you know, sharing my thoughts and creating this YouTube channel and so forth. You know, but forget about me. The thing here that you're here for, even though I'm sure you enjoy kind of my commentary, is, you know, how this relates to the FF7 story and the story of Cloud. So there is this potential, you know, when you look at it through that lens of Cloud sort of realizing sort of his worth, his value, you know, who he is, and sort of that people would invite him, you know, into the group. If you read Traces of Two Paths, like Tifa almost like yearns for Cloud to be more social, to sort of like come through, but he's always sort of like waiting. And I think in one of the scripts, I think it's actually in the script for this, for, I forget where it is, but there's some place, and if I can find it, I'll pull it up here, where Cloud talks about how he would just like, it describes that Cloud would just sort of like walk past these groups, you know? You know, it's sort of mentioned in the script for Remake of like, he's not really, he doesn't really have a place to go. He has no real like objective at his destination. He's just like passing by because he's hoping that, I think he says it right here in the original game, like he's hoping someone will call out to him. And so, you know, there's this deeper exploration that can happen within the live stream sequence, right? Like, why spoil the twist of who Cloud is? It's because maybe there's a bigger story here. Maybe it's not just about the big aha within the live stream sequence of us realizing, oh my God, he was the trooper, right? Like, maybe there's a potential, I think, that the live stream sequence can be even more powerful than that. That it can be this sort of deeper exploration of why Cloud is the way he is, rather than just who he is. Because that's interesting, right? It's the big M. Night Shyamalan sort of twist. But if they don't treat it like a twist, it could be more about like exploring his weakness, right? Like, and that weakness not just being physical, but also sort of like mental. Him able to see his arc being, you know, finding the man he is within through the lies and deception. Yes, from the outside, but also from within. And that is one thing that Zack is, you know, very different from Cloud. You know, he's very secure in himself. Doesn't get deterred very easily, and Cloud is in a lot of ways the complete opposite of that. And it's not until this moment that he starts to realize sort of who he is and starts to break that kind of like cycle of self-thought. And that's even explored then further in Advent Children Complete. And I don't think Cloud really becomes fully himself and fully secure in himself until he finds his way to that smile, until he reaches the end of Advent Children. In a lot of ways, the story of Final Fantasy VII is a story of self-actualization. And I think that part of it is more meaningful in the end, probably, than the big twists and turns and ahas. So as much as I love that stuff, as much as I love the live stream sequence for this big reveal of like, oh my God, that's who Cloud was. Oh my God, that's incredible. There's deeper things to explore here. And so I'm starting to get even more confidence in where they could take the story, because I've talked about it in that video. I've talked about multiple videos how like that story sequence, the live stream sequence is so cherished. You know, for me, it's cherished among the developers as well. They've talked about it. I've shown the quotes where they talk about it. But there's potentially something deeper for us to take away from Cloud's story and Cloud's arc. And if that is the intention of the writers, to sort of like explore that more fully so that we can understand sort of Cloud and his journey and his personal, path to self-actualization, then I think that could be really, really powerful stuff. And I'm hopeful that they can land that. Hey, it's Cloud. What does she actually say there? Because that's so weird that she says, hey, it's Cloud. Oh my goodness. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. It always felt so weird that she said, hey, it's Cloud. Like, that never made any sense at all after establishing that that's not him. So apparently this is what the retranslation mod, well, not retranslation mod, but the Be a Cause translation says, and it makes a lot more sense. So they go to the reactor, Tifa. Look, that isn't you. Look, that isn't you is so much different from, hey, it's Cloud. She's literally saying the opposite. She's saying, hey, it's not Cloud. Oh, who are you? Mom, Tifa, my town, give it back. That's what happened. You were there. You were watching me. I remember this reveal just blowing my brain. He was right there the entire time. Oh man, so good. I'm not a fan of the mod bringing in this song in this moment. I don't remember this song in this moment. I could be wrong. Like, this might just be, it might have been the original rendition of the song that was in this moment originally. Cloud killed Sephiroth. But it's almost like too uplifting. Like, they used an updated version of the song and it just doesn't fit quite as well. Sephiroth! Don't push it. So epic. I love when they did this with Mario. Or Smash. It can't be. Now look at the background here. Somebody had brought this up. I think Sleepy's brought it up, but like, there's that big ring in the background that looks like we're in space. I don't know, it's interesting. I'm Cloud. The master of my own illusionary world. But I can't remain trapped in an illusion anymore. I'm gonna live my life without pretending. You're sure messed up, Cloud. Always the strangest line of dialogue, but you know what? It makes a whole lot more sense seeing this translation of it. In this version of it, it makes a whole lot more sense. You mean the little stubborn rebellious Cloud, right? Not, you're sure messed up. It's her just like reinforcing who the real Cloud is. You mean the little stubborn rebellious Cloud, right? Like, that makes so much more sense than you're sure messed up, Cloud. I mean, it's kind of funny. Every time I've like seen it in like all other people's playthroughs, it's gotten a laugh, and it kind of like does break the seriousness of the moment in a like refreshing way. So it weirdly does work, this localization of it, but the actual line of dialogue makes so much more sense. You mean the little stubborn rebellious Cloud, right? And then Barrett saying, "Ha, some things, some change that's gonna be." Like you always told me, Barrett. Oh, you mean that? What? I don't understand. They ain't no getting off of this train run. So, that whole Lifestream sequence, right? It's amazing, right? It is, like, really strong. But something that's really interesting about that entire Lifestream sequence we just went through, I talked about it in one of my videos. It's at the end of the Ultimate Leap of Faith, in a chapter that's titled in the video, Sephiroth's New Mind Game. It's about 30 minutes in. This is where I get into what he's seemingly getting up to, and then my prediction about the Lifestream sequence in part 3. And effectively what I talk about is that, like, obviously they've given away the truth about who Zack and Cloud are, which is a huge reveal in the original game. So this whole sequence can't like be focused on that anymore, right? It's not a surprise anymore. And for me personally, when I first played Remake, when I first saw the reveal of Crisis Core and how it was kind of when Hojo said, you know, you, my boy, you weren't a soldier, in chapter 18 and chapter 17, that was already like a little bit of a trigger for me. I was like, oh my god, I think they gave away his backstory, but I was like, oh, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that big of a deal, right? And I remember hearing a podcast, it was the Kind of Funny spoiler cast, and a couple people on that panel hadn't played the original. So other people on the panel kind of filled them in on Cloud's backstory and the truth. And the guys who didn't know were like, oh man, I just thought when I heard that line from Hojo that it was just like, you weren't, my boy, you weren't just a soldier, you were the soldier. Like there was like, he was even higher profile.
Yes. So that's why Hojo, the scientist, knows that, because he's like, no, you're not a fucking soldier.
Oh,
like,
see, I was waiting for the line of, you're not a soldier, you're the soldier. And I was like, oh fuck, he's like the main
Predator handshake.
So there were opportunities for people to not understand what Hojo was talking about in that moment. But the thing about, but anyway, they've clearly given that away, and I felt it a little bit when Hojo mentioned it. I felt it a ton when they announced Crisis Core, and then I completely gave up the feeling of like maintaining the secret once Crisis Core Reunion came out. But all that to say, the Lifestream sequence doesn't fully hinge on just the actual reveal itself, right? The reveal is important, but the thing that's being revealed can be different. It might just work, because what makes the Lifestream sequence so special is that journey of like going with Tifa and slowly unpacking that mystery, slowly kind of unpeeling like this clue and this clue and this clue. This is what happens in Ibelheim when we were first there. Actually, no, that's not what happens. Remember our conversation at the well? Actually, this. Remember the conversation? And then it's like, how about we figure it out? How about we try to find a way to find the truth? And here's this circuitous sort of journey to get there by this memory about how you responded to me when my mother died. Like, there is a path that they can take. Like, that journey itself is sort of the magic of that sequence. And so, like, if they can find another journey that leads to whatever the new truth is, it might be able to work. This is like the most precious reveal to me in like any story ever. So, you know, I say that with some hesitation because I love the way it was done here in the original game. But if they can pull it off, if they can do that same magic trick of taking us on a journey that surprises us, that slowly kind of reveals a massive truth that really does shock us and is amazing and is uplifting and is all the things that the Cloud reveal is, then maybe it could work. Here we go, folks. The truth. Cloud. Come on, buddy. This was so cool to see, though. The very first time I saw this scene, it was like mind-blowing. It's like, oh my god. So they both survived, they were experimented on, they made it out. Cloud was messed up, though. You know, like, the thoughts that run through your head the first time you see this are just incredible. We're friends, right? Mercenaries, Cloud. That's what you and me are gonna be. Implanting the thought in Cloud's head. And I was just watching some of Schrodinger's Baby Seal's playthrough of Remake that he's doing right now for his Road to Rebirth stuff. And he was talking about how there's that one scene where Cloud sort of insists, Tifa's like, oh no, I can't ask you to help me with the water filters because then that'll be extra. And Cloud goes, no, it's 2,500. That's what we agreed with. That'll be the deal. And Baby Seal brought up a really good point of like, it comes across as if Cloud is sort of, I'll probably include Baby Seal's clip here.
Wait, then I'd have to pay you for that too. Never mind.
No, 2,000's enough. That's what we agreed on, so that'll be the price. With what you gave me, that leaves 1,500.
The way that he responds here makes it clear that like he doesn't actually care about money. He just thinks he's supposed to. Like he took on the singular mission, which is we should become mercenaries, which is, what was kind of implanted in him on the ride over from in the back of the truck with Zach. And so it's not even about the money. It's not even about solving his life problems. He has this kind of like
compelling, like this compulsion
to be. So that's why like when they're like, oh, well, that would be more money. He's like, oh no, I don't mind helping you. I just have to do this mercenary thing because I'm a mercenary. And if I'm not, then what am I?
Yeah. Something in my head is telling me to do this, so I'm sorry, but I need to do it.
Yeah. At the bar, then.
Forget it. Just leave him. Classic mistake. Well, I do love how they did Cloud scream in Crisis Core, though. I didn't even realize. I don't think I've ever visited any of these places after Meteor. All the real soldiers died fighting weapon. Kind of ironic that losers like me are still alive. That's the reality of it. Kind of an interesting parallel to Cloud, honestly. Like, he saw himself as a loser. He was also just a grunt. But just like Cloud, this guy has survived, despite thinking so little of himself. There is this kind of thread, this theme within the original game that I've always loved, about Cloud's story, and I've talked about it earlier during this playthrough, but just how normal of a person Cloud is, and despite him not being what he thought he should be and what he thought his life would be, he ended up becoming the most important person on the planet, and there's something inspiring about that. As long as you don't twist it into kind of a very toxic, belief system where you become very egotistical despite not having, I'm just a regular dude, and I'm gonna have that main character syndrome and kind of ignore everyone and prioritize myself over everyone else. As long as you don't push it to that extent, it is very empowering. I only came to help transport the sister away from Junon, and now the company says they don't bother coming back. Is this what happens to a loyal Shinra man? Interesting, they have a little bit of an arc for a Shinra middle manager that I never realized, because I didn't really pay attention to this character, honestly, before Remake. So that's interesting. I cannot wait to see how they do this. And I think there was a mention of an underwater reactor. Actually, yes, in the press materials. So, Junon, previously a beacon of hope and economic prosperity, the former capital of the Republic now slumbers beneath the waves. After its takeover, Shinra repurposed the city into its second largest outpost, a fortified stronghold replete with an underwater reactor. So very cool, a little bit of lore, and obviously related to what we are now seeing with it's where we are right now, right? We're in the underwater reactor. And I'm very curious how they're going to actually make this, bring this to life, because this looks so incredible. This looks so cool here in the original, and I think it's going to look 10 times cooler whenever they get to it, right? I don't know if they're going to get to it in Rebirth. There may be mentions of it, but this we're clearly in Part 3 territory right now, well beyond, we're past the Lifestream sequence right now, so probably not something we will experience until Part 3 of the trilogy, but either way, incredible. They're going to make this look so goddamn cool. It's really not that huge, not in this game. I've seen theories that the huge materia might look like what was on that creature in the 1 minute Rebirth trailer that came out right now in mid-January. Like if that thing that was attached to the creature that looked like its stomach, if that was actually kind of the huge materia, that could be really cool. Here it is! There it is! There it is! Just in even better form, with the chibi. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. Krezia, don't go to Hojo. Can't believe she went to Hojo. I'm Hojo, bitch. Krezia. Feel immortal. What did you do to me? I just filled in the blanks a little bit. It gets pretty rough past here. Better get ready. Hey, you serious? You're trying to con us, you won't get away with it. Because he's a con artist, bro. He knows all the tricks, I'm telling you. Hey, who do you think what are you doing, jerk? You. People are gonna lose their mind whenever this happens. It's like the return of this bastard. Here's this horse laugh. I've made my choice. My companion for the night will be the cheerful one. Grossness. She's underage too, bro. I don't care what you're doing, so much as the idiotic way you're doing. Alright, Vincent. Okay, Vincent, I see you. Yes, this is Reno. Yes, I'll get on it right away. Is that the company? Yeah, they want us to find Cloud. Are we on? Nah, today's our day off. I always love this interaction. I can't wait to see the evolution of the Turks' whole dynamic. It's gonna be great. You too, Dad. Just because you lost a war, you turned Wutai to a place like this. And I cannot wait for them to finally really dig into this, because there's mention of it. They dig into it more in the DLC than even in the original game. From what I remember, at least. And it makes sense, right? Because Wutai was a little bit of it was an optional place. So, I cannot wait for them to really, dig into this. They already, like I said, got into it a bit into DLC, talking about the dad and what he's done to Wutai, and, I'm really looking forward to them really exploring this dynamic. Because in my memory, this was an interesting sort of, personal relationship and little mini arc. But it's probably relatively small, as we're about to watch. Yuffie, wait a minute. After the battle is over, do you think they'll still want all their materia? Dad? Go! Fight till the end. come back with the materia. You bet. I do love that, and you do see that come through in On the Way to a Smile. I love their little relationship. Oh man, and like this the tone change with Utai, I love it. Broken. How's the repair going? Shira's doing it. Oh great, what a bunch of wizards you guys are. She's gonna take 100 years. I'll take over, so don't worry about the autopilot. Hey, go ahead. Go tell everyone. Alright, Captain, good luck. It's like Sid is really just jumping right into this. Not even really thinking about... See, Cloud is like, hey, Sid, what are you doing? Because, like, yo, what do you mean you're going to take this rocket up and go attack Meteor? Like, you're not thinking straight. Like, right now you are so blinded by your desire to sort of live this fantasy that you're just going to do this? There are generations of knowledge and wisdom inside the materia. We're going to borrow their powers and save the planet for Sephiroth. There's no way that we can lose the huge materia. You understand that, right? Yeah, I understand. I understand the materia is precious. I also understand what you're thinking. But listen, I don't give a rat's ass whether it's science or magical power. No. I guess if I had to choose, I'd rather put my money on the power of science. Humans only used to walk around on the ground, but now they can fly. Finally, we're about to go into outer space. Science is a power created and developed by humans, and science just might be what saves this planet. I was able to earn my living thanks to science. So to me, there's nothing greater. Now quit worrying about what Shin was gonna do. I don't want to regret not having done something later. So I understand like his speech here about science at the moment, but the thing that's really standing out to me here is I wonder if going on to space will have this effect on him where he actually reverses course on this line of thinking, where he does realize maybe there's something magical to the universe. But like, yes, it's science that got him to space, but like in that moment, realizing that there has to be more to it, and like hence Cloud is right. You know, betting just on this materia thing isn't really the smartest way. That may actually even happen. I literally forget what he talks about here. I just remember loving this moment, but I really forget a lot of the details. This cutscene fucks, man. Yo, the song. Holy shit. That is the most jank launch. It would not work on Earth, tilted and everything. The remaining question is what to do with the huge materia. If you want the materia, do whatever you want. The materia should be there after you climb that ladder. You sure? I don't know. I know what I said a minute ago. But maybe all that I really wanted was just to go into outer space. Yeah, see? He's like having a moment where he's like, I said a whole lot of things, but to be honest, I really just want to go to outer space. So why don't you all do whatever you think is right? Hurry, I'm gonna detach the escape pod. Hey Shira, does this pod really fly? It'll be okay. I've checked it. And I'm relieved. Thanks. There's a real coming around there of Sid with Shira. A little bit of kind of an unstated resolution between the two of them. Just in terms of like the change of his demeanor. This is gonna look sick whenever they do this in the trilogy. That did not work. It's like it's even held together by some other kind of force. It may have damaged it a little bit, but oh, the shot of Bugenhagen just like shaking his head. Damn. This looks so much better with the updated mod. I've been thinking too about the universe, planet, ocean, but wide and big. No matter where I go and what I do, it won't change a thing. Maybe you're right, but I came up with something different. I always thought this planet was so huge. Looking at it from space, I realized it's so small. You're just floating in the dark. Kinda makes you feel powerless. The floating in the dark thing reminds me of one of my favorite poems, written by Carl Sagan, written by a physicist of all people, The Pale Blue Dot. If you've never read it, it's very famous, so you may have read it, but like, if you haven't read it, go read it in full. It's incredible. Did you hear something? Maybe it's the planet scream? Or is it a meteor? Oh, actually, that's interesting. I totally forgot this. That this event happens. Because you hear so much about how the planet is quiet, and you only hear the planet screams when you're in Cosmo Canyon. And now we're hearing it, like, loudly, right? Like, it's ringing throughout all of the Earth. I wonder if, like, everybody can hear it, because that would be such a cool moment within the Remake trilogy, is, like, when this quiet Earth, as Sephiroth says about the planet, like, the planet is slowly dying silently. If suddenly there actually is, we can actually hear their screams kind of constantly throughout the world map and everything, ooh, that could be haunting. She said she was the only one who could stop Sephiroth's meteor. But Aerith is gone. Is it impossible for us to carry on, what Aerith tried to accomplish? What did Aerith know? Why did she face Sephiroth without running away? I love this, and I can't wait to see this. I've been talking about this with people for a while now also, like, seeing the scene of her, I mentioned it earlier in the playthrough, like, this, her facing Sephiroth alone is a fascinating concept. Like, whether we see their direct direction or not, it's really interesting. And there was a tweet that came up. It was from, I believe, the Aerith voice actor. Actually, I'll bring it up now. Might as well just do that. So there was this tweet, and it came up from, it's Audrey had translated it, and it's from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Aerith's mocap actress did a 4-hour shoot with Sephiroth's mocap actor, she writes. I just finished a 4-hour shoot with Sephiroth's motion capture yesterday. The staff praised us. I'll be working today. Thanks for the Christmas messages, etc. This was a long time ago, actually. This was December 2020. Literally Christmas Day 2020. So the voice actor for the mocap actress for Aerith did a 4-hour shoot with Sephiroth's mocap actor. I have no idea what that could be. It could be that scene, and it could be some other thing. I keep thinking, like, what if it's some kind of direct interaction between the two of them, which is something that is basically talked about here in this line of dialogue. Like, why did she face Sephiroth without running away, right? Like, I wonder if we'll see that. It would be cool to actually see a 1v1, not necessarily a fight, but just some kind of confrontation between these two, like, major forces on the world. And Aerith, she's dead. She turned into spiritual energy and returned to the planet, huh? But even if she did, there's no way we'll meet her again. I'm sure she wanted to give her life for the planet. Really? I wonder. I don't think that was it. I don't think she wanted to die at all. I was planning to coming back all along. She always used to talk about the next time. She talked about the future more than any of us. She talked about the future more than any of us. That's interesting. That's interesting because she talks about the future a lot in Remake, right? And that felt like a new meta element, right? That felt like it was that kind of an element of the kind of sequel or requel dynamic that she was, so focused on the future. We can't change the past, but we can't change the future. That felt like a new notion that was part of Remake. But here, Tifa says that Aerith talked about that a lot already. She talked about the future more than any of us. And obviously we see her talking about it in Remake. I think she even talks about it in one of the trailers for Rebirth. I think in the teaser, the first initial, first look trailer. So there is precedence for that kind of, those thoughts coming from Aerith. It's not just simply because she's being informed by the future, necessarily. It's not just about her changing the future and changing fate. Obviously, that's now almost centered within the story because of Chapter 18, but it was always here in the original game. But I just literally forgot this because this is an optional, dialogue sequence that you can have with Tifa before heading to the Forgotten Capital with Bugenhagen. So it's just easy to sort of blow this over in your head and not even think about it, but it's there. So again, just another example of something that was in Remake that felt new but wasn't really new, and just really, really fascinating to think about. Although she never said anything to us about it, she must have had a rough life. I think Aerith looks forward to tomorrow and the future more than anyone. Again, just doubling down on that. She must have had many dreams. Aerith used to pat me on the nose sometimes. I used to hate being treated like a child like that, but I also like the attention. And she does that in Remake, when she touches Red. That's essentially how she does it. She does treat him like a child, and she says, this child is a friend. Holy, the ultimate white magic. Magic that might stand against Meteor. Perhaps our last hope to save the planet from Meteor. The soul seeking holy reaches the planet. It will appear. Meteor, weapon, everything will disappear. Perhaps even ourselves. Oh my god, and that makes me think of the teaser line in the trailers of the world will be saved, but will you? The power of Holy is potentially even greater than what we saw at the end of the original. He's talking about the wiping out of existence. Shit. Even us? The world will be saved, but will you? God damn. Are we just getting into holy stuff in Rebirth? It is up to the planet to decide. What is best for the planet, what is bad for the planet. All that is bad will disappear. That is all. All that is bad will disappear. All that is bad will disappear. Does that include us, or sort of the bad reality, or the... I don't know. Man, I remember this scene just hit so hard. It's not good for anything. I can hear the Japanese trailer line now, "Oh planet, lend me your strength," in the pale green glow. It's glowing. Oh, it's pale green. Aerith. Aerith has already prayed for Holy. That's why it took so long for me to find out. But Aerith, I understand now. Aerith, I'll do the rest. The way Sid jumps in, you shit, or you asshole, whatever he's saying. It's we. And again, reiterating Sid's character growth, right, in his arc, going from the selfish jerk to now really thinking of the collective. Cannon operates on huge materia, but the huge materia has already been used in the rocket plant. Since the cannon is useless right now, he decided to move it. To a place from materia? No, where Mako was gathered. Where is that? The Midgar cannon move. We're reaching near the end game. Man, right after the Lifestream sequence, the story just zips. It just zips. Which is really interesting to think about with part 3. You know, I feel like there's so much, they've given themselves an opportunity by changing things to really rearrange and rewrite the stuff after Lifestream sequence. This little bastard. Yeah, Mr. President, preparations for Sister Ray are now underway. Yeah, any time is fine. Fire. Okay, so I want to talk about this real quick, but I've already established the idea of sort of a stagnant reality or something happening with the souls not fully returning to the planet, essentially being part of Zack's world and where Aerith is, and I think that here we see sort of this Mako energy being funneled to the Sister Ray, and us knowing what Mako energy is made of, that it is made of the souls of the Lifestream. I do think it would add more urgency to this scenario if we're sort of seeing these souls get sucked up for this purpose, and we come to, really fear, what's possible, what could be happening to Zack's world in this moment. Like, that could be one way that they try to amp up the stakes of this scene in a way that's really interesting, and makes use of this connection between the life, the world of reality and the living, and the world of sort of the dead or the live stream. Plus, it just looks so cool. But if you had those added stakes on it, that would be just really fascinating to see. And if they do sort of play with this concept of the live stream being a part of this, being sucked up and used in this way, because I haven't been a big fan of like a lot of live stream theories, because I feel like it kind of undercuts the meaning of death, right? If you just live on in some other reality, but if that other reality is imperiled in a way that, like, your soul can be lost forever, like you don't return to the live stream because of everything that Sephiroth is doing, and there isn't just some like happy afterlife that exists in the canon of the world, and instead it's this sort of representation of a way to sort of like view death and how people can live on, and then show that being completely threatened to the point that we may lose Zack forever, we may lose Aerith forever, we may lose everyone who could possibly die forever, which is something that the stakes have already been set up, that if the Mako is used in this way, those souls are lost forever. So making it a little more tangible and immediate of a threat to these souls that are hitting right now Sephiroth's barrier, if there is a way for us to sort of like feel the impending doom of the souls in the live stream in a more tangible way, because we know some of the people who are in the live stream, that could be a way that, surprising to even me, that having a live stream reality might actually work out. It might have some sense of consequence. My big fear was that it would make dying feel inconsequential because you would just live on. But if there is a way to sort of formalize that being at threat, then maybe I think there could be a way that story idea, that story element, can be executed that actually makes it impactful and makes it consequential and makes it meaningful, rather than just a way for the developers and the writers to kind of have their cake and eat it too, and create this sort of like, you know, ideal kind of happy ending for everyone, because that's truly still not what I want. I don't mind having closure for characters, but I'm afraid for sure of them sort of pandering to fans and just giving in fully to fan service, and that's where my fear still lies until we see how everything turns out. A very epic moment for sure. This is definitely one of the moments I think about in the game. I think the back half of this game has a lot of moments that I don't really think about, but this moment is a moment that I think about. Like after the live stream sequence, there aren't that many iconic moments, but this is one of them. There's like the space sequence, there's obviously the, you know, night under the there's a lot of good, really good moments, don't get me wrong. But this is one of like the moments that, like, when I think back on the game, I remember this imagery. Like diving down into Midgar. See, Return to Midgar has us going underground, obviously, but I can definitely see them remixing this to incorporate Deep Ground. Like, I know people have talked about that, like setting up Deep Ground in the DLC in order to introduce them later when we go into the Midgar Underground, after we return to Midgar. And I think that would be really a smart play, because this is like, it's like another, we had this with the Sun Lamps level, right? So it's not the most interesting, you know, return to Midgar beyond the sort of like fight with Hojo. You have the fight with Scarlet and Heidegger, and it's fine. But I think actually exploring Deep Ground and getting some resolution on that could be a really interesting way to remix the Return to Midgar and make it a lot more interesting than just sort of like revisiting kind of a sun lamp sort of looking area. Hojo, stop right there. Oh, the failure. At least remember her name. It's Cloud. Every time I see you, it pains me that I had so little scientific sense. Energy levels at 83%. Taking too long. My son needs power and help. It's the only reason. Your son? But he doesn't know it. What will Sephiroth think when he finds out I'm his father? He always looks down on me. I was wrong. The one that should have slept was you, Hojo. I've injected Jenova cells into my own body. Here are the results. I put my everything into that performance. Hojo. Must have been piss. I have to change the line. All of you, get off the ship and find out your reasons for yourselves. I want you to make sure that I want you to come back. But I'm sure someday they'll come back, don't you think? I wonder. It's funny because they set it up as like 7 days to go, and she's like, someday they'll come back. It portrays this scene in the game as like an overnight thing. But I wonder if in reality they're going to play with all that time. I can imagine whenever they do part 3, we may go off and actually experience these scenes with each of the characters. We might go off and follow Barrett and do his thing. We might go off and with Sid and Yuffie and etc. Like, we might actually see those moments. I think there is a power to it being sort of unknown. Like, will they come back and then they come back? But I don't think it's ever really a mystery in a game if they're going to come back or not. So it would be a part of me who just really wants to see what everyone's up to over this time, and maybe several days. It's very intimate. It's a very intimate scene, no matter what. Like, no matter whether it's like, you know, romantic or not. It's such a beautiful moment between them. Why such a puzzled look? Do you want me to come? No, it's just that you're always so cool, so what is happening? I thought you didn't care. Cool. I guess that's just how I am. Sorry. Alright, fucking Riz Lord. Although she's not here, she left this window of opportunity. I can't let it go like this. Aerith. She was smiling to the end. An interesting link to, you know, Cloud saying she was smiling to the end reminds me of two things. One, the book On the Way to a Smile, which leads to Advent Children, and Cloud finally smiling at the end of that. But also in the in Hollow. In Hollow, it talks all about the smile. Actually, might be worth bringing up the lyrics real quick. And the thing about these lyrics, and I know I'm stepping into a potential landmine when it comes to shipping wars and so forth, but the thing about these lyrics that I find interesting is that if it were Cloud to Aerith, let's just say, for the sake of argument, right? Look at some of these lyrics, right? And when it comes to the smile, I would be lost, drifting along, floating up high time after time, and there you be, shining brightly, your smiling face to guide my way. Bloody and bruised, brought to my knees, when beaten down, when broken up, you would appear, reach out to me, heal every wound, and make me whole. This reminds me so much of Advent Children. This whole bit of lyrics reminds me so much of Advent Children, because we see him looking up, smiling face, she's extending her hand, he's broken, beaten down, and made whole again at the end when he's in the water and comes back to. And he's healed, right? Heal every wound. He gets a gunshot. He gets shot. He gets stabbed. He's messed up in Advent Children. But he is healed in an act that reminds him... There's a lot of imagery of Aerith in that scene. Was it all a dream? Will I ever know? Foolish and blind to everything. Had I realized, had I thought it through, would you be here in my embrace? Shine bright once more. Guide me to you. Smile bright once more, this time I'll never let go. And this smile bright once more is why I'm bringing this up. And like, he's focusing on the smile in these lyrics. And then if you look at the bridge, with your every smile hiding something more, dark mysteries lurking beneath. The shot of Aerith in the Forgotten Capital when she's smiling at Cloud is confusing because she's about to die. So I imagine, if you're looking at this through the lens of Cloud speaking to Aerith, just for the sake of argument, because I think the lyrics are interesting, if that is what is happening within these lyrics, if it is addressed to her, just for the sake of argument, there is a lot of visual linkage to that moment in the Forgotten Capital, because it is a smile that must haunt him, right? Like, he sees her, she smiles, then she dies. And he's thinking the dark mysteries, like, why? Why did you put yourself in this position? Why are you seemingly happy with it? What did you do in this moment on the altar? Obviously, we find out later with Bugenhagen that she, prays for holy, but you're just very unsure. And then, but I was consumed with this emptiness, this selfishness, this void to fill, and that's his whole journey in Advent Children, is him not really understanding what it was all for, right? Like he loses her and fails her. I forget loses her, right? Because that might put that into more of a romantic connotation, but he fails her, right? And it leaves him with this emptiness, right? This selfishness, this void to fill. He's not paying attention to the people in his life like he should, and instead he's focusing on like trying to fix himself and focus on this like depression that manifests itself in geostigma. And there's something really interesting to all of these lyrics. And again, hear me once more, show me your smile, the time for sure. This time for sure I'll see the truth hidden inside your tears. But I know that you're long gone, Aerith, long gone, dead. But I will go on howling in hollow. I keep thinking that this song feels like Cloud's Aerith. Remove the shipping thing. It's just like, if looking flatly at kind of the events all throughout everything we've seen of Cloud, they've said before that these lyrics are from Cloud's perspective. They haven't said addressed to who, but they said it's from Cloud. And so this really feels like Cloud, end of compilation, post-Advent Children, thinking back on his journey and feeling like I was foolish and blind to everything, right? Like I was so focused on this emptiness, it consumed me, this selfishness, this void to fill. I was haunted by that smile that had so many mysteries that I didn't understand. Like, but you were, there, and you healed my every wound. And this is like him thinking back. And so when I think about the concept of linking to Advent Children or adding up to Advent Children, it feels like we're going to get this look back at Cloud. This is going to be a post-Advent Children, this feels like a post-Advent Children consciousness of Cloud. Looking back, and it's going to play into the story of the Remake trilogy in some way. That is where I go with that sort of quote. So that's, a lot, I understand, and brings up a lot of potential things that can be twisted and turned into some ways. I feel like some people might dislike me now because I'm making a link to Aerith, but like, that's how I kind of read the lyrics at the moment. And I think it's fascinating. She was smiling to the end. We can't just let it end with that smile. We have to do something. Again, focusing on smile and language. Memories of Aerith. Although she should have returned to the planet by now, something stopped her and now she's stuck. So 2 quick things to talk about. One is, if you look at this line of dialogue that I have up right now, it says, we can't just let it end with that smile. We have to do something. So once again, the idea of the smile and sort of that haunting smile that I talked about in the hollow lyrics analysis that I did comes up here in this scene as well. And then another line that just went right over my head the first time I saw it. Cloud talks about, like, let's all go together, memories of Aerith. And then this line, although she should have returned to the planet by now, something stopped her and now she's stuck. And I'm not going to belabor this point too much because I've already talked about it several times in this video, in this playthrough. But the idea of sort of a stagnant reality, a stagnant live stream, a stagnant world created potentially by Sephiroth, where the souls are stuck, and the cycle of souls and life, death, and rebirth is sort of interrupted, right? And Sephiroth sort of disrupts that cycle of souls that we see in Bugenhagen's projector. That is potentially very relevant to what's happening in Zack's world. That may be what's going on with it establishes here in the original game that now she's stuck. Now, in On the Way to a Smile, the book that follows FF7, it's established that Aerith actually consciously chooses not to dissipate into the live stream. But here in the original game, at least in this point, it seems to imply that she's stuck, and maybe that's just Cloud not understanding what's going on. But it does set up another example of precedent of something that could be happening in Rebirth after Aerith's death. End of part 2. Let's go. You ever see the play Loveless? But this thing put me to sleep, just like I thought it would. So about all I really remember of that play was the end. When the sister of the lead asks her lover, "Do you really have to leave?" And the guy says, "I made a promise. People I love are waiting. No promises to keep." Maybe? Maybe? Of course I'll come back to you, even if you don't promise to wait. I'll return knowing you'll be here. No promises to keep. Alright, I want to talk about this dialogue. I joked about the relationship to no promises to keep, because I do think it's relevant. And this is a big, chunky sort of topic, so I'm going to try to keep it as clear and simple as humanly possible. It's clear that Loveless will be a major topic and has been a major topic throughout FF7 and the compilation for a long time now, right? It was very present in the original game, even though it's kind of optional dialogue. Like here, like you can get within this dialogue choice, you can say something to Sid when he asks you about Loveless that stops him from saying this whole story. So it's completely missable. But you know, Loveless as a play, it's one of the first things that we see in Midgar when we see Aerith. Here, Sid has this long kind of recitation of what Loveless is. Obviously, Crisis Core got into it maybe too damn much. And we know it's going to be, you know, in Rebirth, because they've confirmed that that's the musical that that's you know, at the Gold Saucer. And they talked about it in Remake in part 1. There's like a side conversation between NPCs in Sector 7 where they talk about, you know, the musical of Loveless and how it ends differently. But if you see it all the way through the end, you know, it all makes sense, and it's still similar to the original, which the developers have been talking about forever now. That, you know, in every interview, in a way that's almost feels like gaslighting, in a way that almost feels like a lie, this idea of, you know, FF7 Remake, the trilogy, is going to still be like the original, but just a little bit different, or just have some added thing on top of it. And the only thing that sort of makes sense to me in my mind, and I don't know, like, obviously, you know, if you've been following my channel, that this is me changing my mind, because I have gone out on record and said, I don't think Zack is in the live stream. We're stuck in some like weird non-real world reality, existence. And I think part of that was my bias against not wanting death to be trivialized and death to be inconsequential, as I talked about just a little bit ago during this playthrough. But I am coming around to the idea that this is potentially a way, sort of exploring a live stream reality is a way for them to kind of tackle, or at least it would stay thematically consistent with the original game. If there are two real alive realities, it's becoming harder and harder for me to see the path to a theme around life and death that is consistent with the original. Whereas if we end up with some kind of live stream reality, with some kind of stagnant reality where the souls of the people we know are stuck, people like Zack, people like Aerith after her death, then that gives an opportunity for them to explore the concept of death versus life, and what that separation does to people, right? Like Cloud will feel a certain way about that, not being able to reach Aerith and Zack. He thinks, you know, in one of the Rebirth trailers, apparently he has this thought about like, what happened to you? Like, he has this memory of Zack, and he's recalling this person that he's lost, and what does that do to him? And then what does losing Aerith do to him? And then Zack and Aerith, what happens to them as they realize and come to terms with the fact that they are dead? So there is an opportunity within that dynamic for them to explore the theme of life and death, and seeing both sides of it. And then Sid here talks about, you know, the end of the play, the end of Loveless, when he watched it, had this question of, do you really have to leave? And really, when you think about life and death and sort of what that does to you as a living person, is that you have this question, this like lingering question of like, do you really have to leave? Like, this person, this soul that I know, that I can feel still in some way. And the answer is yes. Like, they do have to leave, even if they are still within our universe in some way, if they're within the planet in some way, if they still live on in some way, but in a way that we can't interact with, there may be a merging of worlds where we do see the world of the living and the world of the dead sort of come together for a moment, or be able to see one another at some point. And then this question appears, right, of like realizing, you know, Cloud realizing that he's seeing Aerith or Zack or whoever, and coming to this question of, but does this need to be the way that it is? And the answer is that in FF7's world, yes, that is the way that things need to be. Like, the Lifestream is the only thing, that the cycle of souls is the only thing that keeps the planet alive. And so, we can't just bring you back. There has to be a point of leaving. And so we may reach an endpoint within the entire trilogy where, this question is asked, and somebody has to say, sorry, but yes, I have to leave, which is effectively what's said in the next line. And I think that could end up being sort of a beautiful endpoint. It's kind of, in a way, potentially similar to Final Fantasy X. I don't want to spoil that in case anybody hasn't played that. I'm sure most people here have probably played it, but I'm going to play it safe. But that game also, deals with life and death and sort of crossing over. But it does it in a way that, like, alive characters and dead characters kind of coexist in the world without really knowing it. And I don't think that that's what's going to happen within Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I do think you want that separation, that feeling of loss, and having to sort of deal with it. And that's something that developers have talked about a lot. It's one of the reasons why that they think themselves that Aerith's death matters and means so much. I'll actually bring up, there was an interview that came out today even, and it's not the first time that they've talked about Aerith's death. But there was an interview where they talked with the New York Times. I got the app alert. I was like, what? New York Times talking about FF7 Rebirth? But they talk about Aerith's death and why it matters. And let me pull that up real quick. So in this article, it talks about Aerith's death and why it matters so much. And I'll just read from here because I think it's important. Her death was permanent, an inconceivable notion when video games were known for giving characters extra lives. Kind of it's kind of a little cringy from New York Times, whatever. As Aerith collapsed, so did a narrative trope that had restricted the medium's dramatic potential. I felt it was imperative for us to show the gravity and rawness of loss, said Tetsuya Nomura, the Square Enix director responsible for developing the traumatizing scene. In many dramas, there is often this crescendo of conversation between characters before a loss occurs, he said through an interpreter. But doing it this way, the loss would have felt too contrived. I wanted to express a loss where one felt there was so much more to talk about. You wanted to speak with her, but she is no longer there. And you sort of feel that within the hollow lyrics, as I talked about, in terms of that, that smile, and that mystery around, like, there's so much more that he feels he has to know, that Cloud wants to know. And I think you just feel that in general as a player. So I think they're going to want to keep that separation. I haven't read the rest of this article, so he may say later on that, no, and it's like, we're going to completely undo that. But I think there's an acknowledgement, and they've talked about it several times within the Rebirth media tour, of like Aerith's death mattering because it's so final. And so if they still kill her in Rebirth, then I think I'll feel a lot more confident about the direction they're taking everything, because I think it'll be in an effort to sort of like keep her dead, but at least have us explore the concepts of life and death in a much more immersive way through having both of these worlds, and then coming to an endpoint that's more conclusive than just a flash at the end of Meteor, with Meteor, and we see all the characters and it cuts away. There may be something that is a little more, that just provides a bit more closure. All right, everyone, let's mosey. Again? Stop saying it like a wimp. Did you say move out or something? Move out. Ugh. Sephiroth. So one thing I want to jump in and talk about is seeing Sephiroth here. It reminds me of something that I really want to make note of, and that is the fact that Sephiroth is obviously the big bad of FF7, but when you look at the structure of the game, the original game, and you compare it to having to create a trilogy of games, the developers really found themselves in a bit of a tricky situation, because the last time, before this moment, the last time that you see Sephiroth is in the Northern Crater when Cloud gives him the Black Materia. And then he disappears. You see him again technically in the Lifestream sequence, but it's just the form of Sephiroth that's in Cloud's memories. So you don't actually you don't see Sephiroth at any other point in the original game up until this point at the very end. So at the end of the game, presumably like the end of part 3. So the developers found themselves in a bit of a tricky situation where they were going to have an initial game, a first game, set in Midgar, where Sephiroth doesn't show up, and then they were going to have themselves set up a third game where Sephiroth doesn't show up. So, the only real opportunity is they really followed the kind of like Jaws concept for Sephiroth, for players to even see the antagonist of this entire story would have been in the second game. So I've seen a lot of conversation over the years of how disappointed people are by the fact that Sephiroth isn't as mysterious as he was in the original game, and I get it. I felt the same way in my very first playthrough of Remake. But when you look at how he's used in Remake, he has he jumps in and out of the story. He says very vague things. He's just generally menacing and threatening. And if you know the story and sort of the meta of the entire narrative, the things that he says are actually quite frightening, right? Like he seems to be talking about future events or things that he shouldn't know about. And so that's very unnerving for a fan of the original games, and it's just an open mystery for new players. So I do think there's something really interesting to with what they did, right? They want to continue to maintain that mystery of Sephiroth. So bring him into the game, bring him into part 1, just make his lines very vague and mysterious. Bring him into part 3 now, potentially in the third game, we'll see him again too, because if they followed the original game to a T and really followed that format, then there would just be no opportunity for Sephiroth to really be in either of the first or the third game, which is kind of crazy. And I don't think that, you have to follow the Jaws, model for creating a mysterious, and interesting and threatening villain, right? Like, Jaws is a shark, like, not a human being that you're trying to potentially see as this villainous force, and feel really threatened by, right? Look at the Joker in The Dark Knight. He is all over that movie, but he's still menacing. He still has a bit of mystery to him. He's still intriguing and interesting. So just because we see Sephiroth a lot within the Remake trilogy doesn't mean that he's less of a threatening, magnetic, interesting villain. In fact, there's maybe opportunity for him to be more of that. So I just kind of reject the notion, until we see it play out, that Sephiroth not showing up would have been a better way to go about it. I'm not convinced of that, especially when I look at the scope of creating a 3-part trilogy series of games, and how you would handle an antagonist within that. Although the fact that this is going into space is interesting to me. What happened? I feel it. What? He's still here. Still. Cloud? He's laughing. Cloud! Here we go. The reference to Remake. The tunnel. Aerith's music. There's also some imagery that Sleepy broke down in one of his videos that I've forgotten. I've truly forgotten what these are. I think with this materia here might be holy, or it might be the materia, the proto-materia, maybe? Something related to that in this scene. It feels like we're going through multiple layers of something. And I believe the devs have said that this is Cloud's mind that we are inside. In a Remake, it ends up being this edge of creation thing. And here, we are what looks kind of like space. So is it that much of a deviation? I don't know. But you can't just do the exact same thing that you did at the end of Remake. Like, even if it ends differently, I don't know if that's enough of a payoff to the setup of change. Hopefully I get a new version of whatever the scene is. Just completely new, probably even the setting completely new. It'll probably have the same end impact of this, right? But the actual way in which we do it might be different since we already did that Omni-slash attack at Sephiroth in Remake. Here we have the Lifestream encircling cloud. And it seems to lead up to Aerith somehow. Lifestream? Again, Cloud looking up, right? Hands extending. In the No Promises song, there is a thing about, you know, holding on, never letting go, which may have some relationship here. Especially when it's, you know, that No Promises song goes all around like, I'll find you, right? Or we'll meet again. And then look at Cloud's dialogue here. I think I'm beginning to understand. What? An answer from the planet, the Promised Land. I think I can meet her there. Yeah, let's go meet her. Again. One day, we'll meet again. And no promises to keep. I keep wondering if Chjolo as we know it was Cloud's, you know, inner thoughts. No promises is Aerith's response. And this idea of meeting her again, as put out there in the No Promises song, I wonder if that will be fulfilled in part 3 of the Remake trilogy, where we may go beyond this ending. We may see, if you watch the Evangelion Rebuild movies, it goes past the ending of the original Evangelion. And I wonder if we're going to get a similar dynamic with FF7, the FF7 Remake trilogy, where part 3 goes beyond this point. I don't necessarily want it to end up being the characters like flashing to them and they're happily ever after. And I'm really of several minds as if to, if Aerith dies in Rebirth, you know, do I want to see her actually come back in part 3? I still feel like no, but they may take it there. Or at least some kind of way to meet, even if she isn't quote-unquote like truly back to life. We may meet her again in some way. We may actually interface with the Promised Land in some way. Shit! Girl? This scene always was fascinating to me. You know, what is this connection between Marlene and Aerith? She has a similar reaction just kind of out of nowhere, sensing somebody at the end of Remake, but it's her dad. It's Barrett. So I wonder what's creating this almost sixth sense in Marlene. It's funny, these tornadoes actually have a similar effect as the tornadoes in Chapter 18, right? They're not stemming from Meteor, but they kind of have similar impacts on Midgar. which I never really thought about, but they keep talking about like tornadoes. We visually see tornadoes. Obviously, there's also the scene where we see the actual meteor with tornadoes in Chapter 17 in the projection room. But even this reminds me of what we see in the Singularity with tornadoes, and then the damage that it seems to do in the Rebirth trailers. I've never played Kingdom Hearts, but I've heard someone say that there is a concept in Kingdom Hearts of time not necessarily matching between characters, like seemingly some characters being in one point in time that doesn't necessarily make sense, like it's way ahead of where they should be, versus, say, Sora and the rest of the cast. Wait a damn minute. So I wonder if this is playing with a similar concept of if like Zack's world if he's been transported ahead of time in some way, like post Meteor, and the Singularity ended up having a similar effect on his world, his reality, as Meteor. Meteor is approaching the planet. Holy is having the opposite effect. Forget Midgar. We gotta worry about the planet. I don't really have words, right? It's kind of just taking it in. Honestly, what I'm thinking about now is not the future. It's not Rebirth. It's not Part 3. I'm thinking about when I was a kid and watching the scene for the first time and the impact that it had on me. You know, this ending is ambiguous. It is very open-ended. We're just seeing these flashes of these characters, and then it cuts to Aerith. So we meet again, Aerith, till the day that we meet again. Still hits. Still hits. I would not be against them, you know, doing something very different with the very end of Remake Trilogy, you know? Like, I do like the postscript of this game. I do like the cut to, actually, you know what? I'll bring myself back up. I do like the postscript of this game, right? Like, I do like how it ends up, you know, on Red 13, and seeing the future, seeing the planet, seeing that the planet is okay, right? There's been back and forth on, like, is humanity alive? Were they killed off? And there have been sort of different takes throughout the years. At one point, Nojima said, prior to Advent Children, that, you know, humanity lived on and there were smokestacks. And the animators literally forgot to animate the smokestacks into the Shinra, into the Midgar future, so that you could tell that blossoming out of, or at least coming out of that overgrown Midgar, there was still a sense of humanity. There's the laughter of the children at the end of the game, at the end of the credits, that we'll hear at the very, very end, that to me always signified that humanity lived on. But then there has been other comments from Katase and other developers who've essentially alluded to the opposite, said that you know, humanity dies off in the long run. So there's been a lot of different takes on it, and I think as a team, as a development team, they may not have even agreed for a very long time. I would kind of want a little bit of a best of both worlds. If I'm being, you know, thinking back on it, I would not be opposed to seeing the Rebirth, the Remake Trilogy. I kind of want it to go, given everything that they've set up, you know, the unknown journey and changing fate. I want them to really kind of like land it. Like, might as well just go for the home run, right? Go past this ending. Go into, you know, time after Meteor Fall. If we actually stop it, if we don't stop it. I kind of envision, and I've said this earlier in my playthrough, that seemingly the world doesn't fully rid itself of Jenova and Sephiroth. And so it has always kind of left this open door into the 500-year time frame for those forces still have an impact on the world. It happens 2 years later in Advent Children, and I think I would like it to just kind of be put to bed completely, forever. Come to some conclusion that truly ends everything, ends the calamity from the skies, eradicates Jenova from the Lifestream, erases Sephiroth and his ability to live within the Lifestream because of that lack of Jenova, and finally free Cloud, who, as we know, gets tormented on for years as Sephiroth just haunts him and returns. And in On the Way to a Smile, in Lifestream Black, it's described that he will always be able to return as long as Cloud remembers him. And some people have taken that to the logical endpoint of, well, maybe Cloud has to die at the end of the Remake trilogy. Maybe killing Cloud is the only way to fully get rid of Sephiroth, and I kind of just don't think that's a satisfying conclusion to the story. I think I want to see Cloud persevere, and I want to see us actually reach that ending. I wouldn't even mind if the final moment is the same one that we're about to see here, with Red 13 running up and seeing a vision of Midgar where humanity has lived on. If they actually do this end sequence the way that they had originally mapped out in plans, where we actually do see Midgar, maybe it's even a little better condition to signify some change in fate, but a clear sign that humanity lives on, as does Red 13. I don't need to see Cloud and who he ends up marrying or not, or anything of the lives of our party far into the, you know, toward the end of their life. But I wouldn't mind seeing an ending that comes back to this, just maybe revamped and updated and a bit different. And after it cuts to black, shortly after this, we're going to hear the laughter that I mentioned. Listen. And that's it. That is my full playthrough, pretty much all of my thoughts leading into Rebirth, which is just, once again, a few days away. So I'm really looking forward to sharing this video with you all, hearing your thoughts. I know I've shared a ton of thoughts, over 4 hours worth, and this really is sort of the summation of everything that's most of the big things that are on my mind. You know, going into both Rebirth and now even Part 3, and I know those thoughts are probably going to change after actually playing the game, which I can't wait to do. I'm planning to do a similar content series here for Rebirth as well, where I do, after my first playthrough, I'm going to do a playthrough just blind on my own, just for my own experience, but I'm then planning to do sort of an analysis playthrough, which I might not do in the end. You know, I may just end up making a more traditional, you know, video essay on the way that I have in the past. But I'm thinking of really doing this thing of doing a similar kind of style, because I really enjoy being able to sort of like play through the game, pause it, talk about it even more within the edit, and give you guys some really deep thoughts on this. But you know, if this is too long of a format, you know, just let me know in the comments. But this was fun to do with a game that I love so much, to really just sit down, play through it all, share my thoughts, and sort of see where it took me. And it took me in a lot of directions. So I'm very excited to see what direction the developers themselves take it with Rebirth. Hit the like, subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter at _subtxt_. Somehow that name was taken, so I had to use underscores. But yeah, I'll talk to you next time. I'll see you in the next video, which will be post Rebirth.